Welcome, everybody. Can you hear me? Let's put my mic. It disappeared. Here we go. Welcome, everybody. Let me bring myself up full screen and attach my mic. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Let me do a sound check. Make sure my audio is good. Yep, I should be heard. Okay, that is working. Audio is working. Let me know if my levels are right out there. Anybody that's tuning in, add into the comment. Let me see who's out here. I see there's one person here right now. So let me see who that is. Also, let me know if you can hear the music that was playing to the starting soon video, because last week when I introduced it, it didn't play, or you couldn't hear the audio. So I need to know if the audio there can be heard, because it couldn't be heard last week. So I really didn't do anything different because I didn't know exactly where it was coming from. But I'm gonna test it out later on tonight, do a test stream to YouTube or whatever to see what's going on with the audio, because that shouldn't be happening. I should be able to share my video, and it should have also audio along with it. But for some reason last week it didn't, from what I heard. Let me check that out real quick. Along with it, but for some reason last week it didn't, from what I heard. Let me play a little bit real quick and see if the audio did play. Okay, I'm starting the video over now, and let me bring it. All right, I want to stop it right now. All right, I want to stop it right now. Let me play it again. All right, I want to stop it right now. Okay, now I'm getting the feedback. Let me play it again. Testing. Testing. Try it one more time, because I can hear it, but it sounds like it's coming through my mic. So I'm gonna mute my mic. Let me drop out for a second and play it and see if it's heard there. So I'm gonna remove myself, go backstage. Nope. I just want to go next. Nope. Okay, so I'm not hearing it in the stream. So the sound that you was hearing, if it sounded bad, it was coming in through my mic. I'm not hearing it in the stream. So all right, I'll figure that out later. What's up, man? What's up? Just a little bit right at the end. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out. I made this made this intro and added this track that I got from YouTube on there. It was a new track that was featured on YouTube for user to use, and now you can't hear the sound. You can see the video, but you can't hear the sound. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to get that fixed shortly. And I'm probably also gonna change this intro up too. I'm gonna add the time into the message or the body of it, which I saw somewhere that gave me that idea. But what's going on tonight? Everything we're back to open topic, so you guys are welcome back onto the platform with me. I know I've been real busy trying to push out a lot of stuff on streaming over the past few weeks, and I couldn't get everything down into. Let me add my banners here so I can stay on track when I do the editing. I couldn't add everything completely to it, so I can have it have everything all in one message, not without it being 5 hours long. So what I did, I broke it up into two parts. The first part was equipment, audio and video. I did PowerPoint along with that. That was good. And I also did OBS beginners or basic stuff, the stuff that you need to know from which options you want to go with OBS. Do you want to go with the original OBS, or do you want to go with what they call the slobs, which is Streamlabs OBS, which I got that from you. I got that from you, man. I didn't even, when you said slobs, I'm like, what in the hell is he talking about? So I got that from you, and I've been using it. Instead of saying Streamlabs, I've been saying slobs, and I haven't had nobody yet to come back and say what is slobs. So I guess a lot of people know what that means, and I'm just the last one on the ship with that. So the option from the beginners part, it was which option you want to go with. Do you want to go with the original OBS, or do you want to go with slobs? And now going with slobs is pretty much like the original OBS, except it has more user and GUI interfaces, which Streamlabs provided, and they add their own in-purchase apps or in-purchase app store with Prime. If you get a Prime membership, you can use a lot of their layouts and overlays and additional add-ins and stuff like that. Compared with the original OBS, it's just all basic. You have to construct everything from scratch and apply it. So we went from OBS with those two options all the way to doing your first live stream. And that includes adding a video source. I think I had audio in there too, but video source, and added some text. So just some stuff to get you up on the basics. And then I also covered what most of the stuff in between that means. So that covered a lot of the basics. It started out to where it ended out at 3 hours long. And I went back and edited that whole week. I went through and played around with YouTube Editor, and I went and cut a lot of the pieces out to where it was under 2 hours. But it also has markers. So if you're looking something specific, you can go back and find it. And if you want to check that out, that video will be, you can click right here on this link right here, the link that's right here, if you want to see that video. And that's going to be during the replay, not during the live. I'm just pointing because I'm gonna have a link that's going to pop up right here. That's going to be going to that first video. And then the week after, or the next week, I did the second part, or basically last week I did the second part, which I'm not done editing yet because it went really probably close to 5 hours long. And I'm probably maybe a little bit over an hour into editing, and I still got a lot because I started having problems at the end that I didn't realize was so simple. And I'm going to edit a lot of that stuff out. A lot of the stuff that I need to cut out is at the end as compared to the beginning. But and the second part, we went into let me see what it is. I went into camera angles and setups as for how you need to have your camera angles and setups, and then also lighting and how to do a green screen. And that was the first with that. Then I went into advanced stuff with OBS, the stuff like NDI. If you don't know what NDI means, check that out. I set up a chat box, played around with auto switches, showed you how the basics of using, advanced scene switcher. There's two, there's auto, there's, is it auto scene switcher, and then advanced scene switcher. Advanced scene switcher works more better than auto because auto is just it's just one option, but advanced you have several different tabs that you can do a lot of stuff, which a lot of it I still haven't played with. I just did the basics for that video. What else did I do? I showed you how to put OBS into Zoom and Messenger, and I also showed the opposite way how to put Zoom and OBS into that. And I only went into that briefly, but not a whole lot. And then last, I think I closed out with doing a live stream to using Restream, and I don't think I didn't do Yellow Duck, but I did show you how to get into Yellow Duck and how to get that started. So that was enough, and that was a whole lot. There's stuff that I didn't mention in the video that I came up with earlier this week. I'm gonna do a separate video on it, and you can catch that video right here. You click on that link, you can go to the video as for how you can get how your sound can only be set once and you have no issues with overdriving or whatsoever over peaking in your sound. So whether your gains are way too hot or whether your master's way too hot, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna show you how to set that, and you won't have no issues after that. Either you get it to where it's perfect for you or it's less than that. And I'm gonna show you there was one way that I did it, which it was a little bit more, but then when I went back and played around with it before I was about to do the video, I'm like, oh, I didn't even have to use that. This is all I had to do. This is even easier. So I went with the more easier method to where you didn't have to add anything additional to it to get it like that. So I'm gonna do that video. That video will be posted later this week. But like I said, it's gonna be a link that's gonna pop up here to where you can go directly to that video or whatever. Other than that, let's go future topics. Future topics right now, I don't have anything in mind. Usually I see stuff as it go on the fly as for what you guys may be talking about in the groups, what a lot of people are posting. My idea is basically I may come up with an idea or I may see something that bring the idea up on the Sunday, and by Monday or maybe Tuesday morning that's when I make it into a topic of the week. And I kind of need to get more into the habit of doing the post early. I don't know whether doing it close to time brings on more people, because then at that point they like, oh well, it's 30 minutes, it's about to start, so I'll tune in at that point. Or if doing it a week or so ahead where people may see it then and like, oh well, if I'm available I catch it, but then when the show starts Oh, I forgot. It's Tuesday. Oh, 9:30. You say? Okay. I forgot. I'll catch you next week. And that's what usually happens. So I'm thinking if I start sharing it and posting it closer to time to start, more people would want to join or whatever. People that's available. So future topics. Right now I don't really have any, so I may end up editing this out the video. So I don't want to touch in the future topics. Well, I think a future topic that I may bring my live guest from a few weeks ago, Shay. I may bring her back on to find out what's new that she's found out about, DJs being able to go live streaming, because I'm sure a lot of stuff has changed right now. We'll probably talk about that later because I don't know a whole lot about that. And subconscious, I want you to mention because I saw you post about it, and that was Facebook buying out the company Mixer. I mean, I don't know. I barely heard of Mixer. I may have heard of them faintly before, but don't know anything about them. But it sounds like it's a platform closer to Twitch, to where gamers were able to stream and DJs were able to stream with no issues. So now that Facebook Gaming has bought them out, it's going to be the issue, just like going back to Facebook all over again, to where you're getting muted or you're getting blocked for a week or 30 days or whatever amount of time that you get blocked for. But it's going to be something like that. And I think that that's supposed to kick off in July. So we may talk about that later and bring that up into the streaming part. Let me check out, because I got some comments that's being posted up now. Let me see what we got commented. Okay, you mentioned about, I need to kind of watch these on real time. Yeah, slobs is, if you're actually saying it, if you're actually posting it and typing it out, it does look funny, but I haven't had anybody yet to just like ask me what in the hell is slobs or what does slobs do. So I just use slobs. I don't even say Streamlabs anymore. I just say slobs. And if somebody asks me, I say Streamlabs. But other than that, I'm just gonna say slobs because it sounds, like you said, it sounds more fun and cool to say, especially if somebody doesn't know exactly what it is that you're talking about. What else do we have? Let me get back to my banners. Let's go into Q&A with the open topics that I have tonight. And I got 3 open topics. If you haven't seen the description of this video, there's 3 open topics. The first open topic, which I may push it to last, because Thomas is going to be coming on soon, and I'm gonna have him or one of you guys, to come on that's actually use virtual DJ and show how does this feature works. But the topics that I have for tonight are it's basically that the new update to virtual DJ, which is the thing that people have been talking about. And we're going to talk about that, and one of you guys can do a share screen and maybe do some samples as for, how easy it is to do it. And especially if you have some tracks that produces difficulties, if you've been having some that the sound hasn't been as good or as perfect as it should be, also do that, because we want to hear, because I know that it's not a perfect plugin or an add-on that it is, but it works for the most. As for DJs, it's not anything that's more of a studio grade quality. So I want to get one of you guys to come in and demonstrate that, because I haven't downloaded it and tried it yet. I'm still a Serato diehard fan. I mean, I played around with just about all the DVSs out there. Final Scratch. I haven't played with Torque yet. That's more out of date. Tractor. I played around with Tractor a little bit. I played around with earlier versions a virtual DJ. I have a mixed vibe kit. So if anybody wants a mixed vibe kit, I got a mixed vibe kit. $120, you can have it. It has 2 vinyl, 2 CDs, the actual control box, which that control box, and I was looking for that kit. I found it that I hid into some turntable cases. Anyway, the actual box, you could use that for streaming because it looks more like a recording box, like a Scarlett or a Personas or what's the other company? I can see their logo, but I can't say the name. But anyway, any of the recording devices, it has ports on the front, USB, and I think it has ports on the back. But you use it to connect your turntables or your CDJs or whatever. So you can use the DVS, you can use the vinyl, or you can use CDs or whatever that you use. And what else? 2 vinyls, 2 CDs. The software is available. I think the software disc came with it, and I'm gonna release the license because I haven't used it. So I'm gonna release the license to whoever wants to buy it, and everything is in the box and the hardware. So it's a full kit. So hit me up if you're interested in that. Let's see, Mix Vibes, and I don't even know whether y'all ever heard of Mix, which is MIXX. It's a DVS, it's an open platform DVS. A guy at my church told me this years ago when I joined the church and I was about to join the audio ministry. I don't think he was a DJ. He may have dabbled into it, but he told me. I checked it out. It's free. I haven't really played around with it a whole lot. So that may be something you want to download to keep as a backup in case your original DVS is out of order. But hit me up toward the end. Or let's see, can I go ahead and pull it up now? Let me go ahead and pull it up now. I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up now. But do we have any questions? This is the time that I want to do for Q&A. Oh, another thing that I want to add it's not exactly a future topic, but it's something that I mentioned that I want to add. Let me jump back to this so I can add this in. Something that I'm going to add. It's going to be called In the Zone. And in the beginning of each podcast of the week, I'm going to play a pre-recorded video with me interviewing various DJs of the zone. I want to go through, I want to get a list, and I'm gonna attach that post back again to the Atlanta DJ Zone group, to where people, I probably got maybe about 5 or 10 right now that I can go through, and I can go through and hit a lot of you guys and say, hey, are you interested in doing a video? It's free promotion. You basically promoting yourself. You're letting everybody know who you are and what genres that you play and where you play it, and you just letting people know a lot of stuff about you DJ wise. And that can end up to being more gigs or whatever. So I'm gonna ask most likely the same questions to everybody every week. So it'll be more like a cookie cutter type with the questions, so everybody to know what questions that they're going to be asked. I may throw in an additional question depending on if I know something about you that the questions are not asking that people may want to know. So it may be something that you want to mention that you may want me to ask you. So that's going to be called In the Zone. I'm gonna start working on that soon. I'm gonna start with the people that responded to my post first, and then I'm going to add more people on. Now, the way that I'm going to incorporate this is that I'm going to do a random pick for the person for the week. I'm not going to choose based off when a person added their video. I'm going to do it to where each person is going to get a number, and I'm gonna use a website or an app or whatever that can pick a random number between one and however many videos that I have at that time, and then whichever number that it picks, that's gonna be the person for that week, and it'll be a point where a person be taken out every week. So it's gonna be at random, unless I feel that it's better for me to just do people based on when they posted the video, but it won't show any favoritism or anything like that with me just doing it at random. But look out for that. That's going to be called In the Zone, because I may be asking one of you guys to be interviewed for a video for that. So be sure to look out for that. Questions and answers. Do we have anybody that has any questions that they want to be answered? I mean, on anything. So we're gonna take a few minutes and do some questions, take in some questions, and provide some answers for it. Whether it's hardware, computer related, pro audio, lighting, anything about the business that itself, or anything like that. So we're just opening up now for questions and answers. If nothing doesn't get asked, then this part of the video and the repost is cut. While I'm waiting for my first question in the comments, and I'm gonna post the link, the invite link, when I start to get to the topic. I just want to go through and clear out some intro stuff before we get ready to get into the topic, because when I go back and edit, a lot of this stuff right here is probably going to get edited out, and it's just going to be the meat and the potatoes of the actual show that you'll be able to see in the podcast. Like, if you don't tune in live, you would not see the intro starting soon and hear the audio, even though, well, you could hear the audio, but you only heard it because it bleeded through the mic. But you won't be able to hear any of that out, because from the beginning up to when we start to open the topics, it's going to be where it starts. So right now I'm just 38 minutes in, so that could be 38 minutes, 40 minutes that you won't even see when I get ready to go back and edit. Only if I get information, like in the question and answers, if I get good questions that I'm like, well, I need to let this play, because it may be a question or something that somebody may want it to get answered. So I'll just usually leave that open as for there. But let me take a break real quick. I'm gonna do a couple things while I'm waiting for some questions to pop up. All right. Let's see. Got any questions? If not, this will be edited out. All right, let's see. All right, let's see. I got a comment. All right, I have a few of those wave cameras. Now I don't know who are. Let's see. I haven't tried it yet because right now I'm moving up, and I think those Waze cameras, after you install that firmware, it only does 1080p at 30 frames per second, and I'm looking to go up to 1080 60 frames per second. So I'm looking to getting the Black Magic ATM Mini Pro, which I hear that they're out now. One of the members of the zone, he has both the Mini and the Pro. Lucky him. And I want to use that with my action cams, my Sony camcorders, and my DSLR camera, to where I can do these videos in a better resolution. I mean, and on YouTube, it's going to show up to where you're going to notice a difference, because the frames, the frames are going to be better quality. You're going to have a higher resolution. And then also I want to use that in other places too, where I can just, because with that device, you can just stream directly from it. You can, it's probably about this big, and you can just stream directly from it. But enough of that. No, I haven't tried the Waze cameras. I know that there's a few guys in the group that's using them. I haven't seen, I've probably only seen one person that was streaming with it, and he had issues with his lighting wasn't set up right, so it didn't come in as good as what I thought it did. But for the most, I've heard that it works pretty well, and now they're starting to sell out just like every other camcorder. And that for $25, I guess that's not bad. But then you have to buy USB A to USB A cable, or a USB male to male cable, and you at least need to have it 10-foot long cable. I mean, anything over 15 feet, you're going to start to have issues with. So that cable is not something you can probably find at Walmart. You could probably find it at Micro Center or Fry's if you're near one. I'm sure Amazon has it, but that cable is really not something that you can find, and I'm not for sure whether that cable even comes with the webcam or the camera when you did it. But just for using as a security camera, I hear a lot of people say that it looks good. Let's go to the next question. Okay, you say you have a couple. All right, one of my primary cameras, and I love the picture on it. The second one, I haven't picked a spot for it yet. Let's see. I have a couple. Okay, you're talking about the Waze camera. You're talking about what he said here. All right, you have a couple. Use one as your primary. You love the picture on the second one. I haven't picked out. So basically, you haven't found a different angle. How about doing the overhead? Because like I mentioned in the past video, and I think I even mentioned it somewhere else. The two primary angles you want to have a front camera like I have here, and what you want to have. And let me turn this banner off so you can see what you want to have. Like if my controller was right here, you want to have that image to where you can see, just like you can see what I'm doing with this crossfader. So if I have my controller right here, you can also see what I'm doing. That your viewers can see what you're doing, and they can also see you completely, which you can see the top of my head. I'm not being cut off or anything, even though I just took one of my shoes off to get more comfortable. So you want to make sure that you have enough head clearance and that your equipment can be seen from a frontal view. So now as for that, it depends on, I mean, I could bring the camera maybe up a little bit because there's a monitor right here that runs right across here. And I got it just right to where it cuts off. So I can bring it up a little bit more, which the camera, I'm going to move it out next week to where you can to where I can change the angle up a little bit more. Besides front, like I said, overhead, having the overhead and then having advanced scene switcher, especially if you're using OBS, advanced scene switcher, to where I don't know if y'all guys caught the video I was trying to do for Father's Day. I was trying to do a Father's Day set. It was supposed to start out where I was supposed to do it outside for my neighbors. And then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna stream it. I'm gonna do a front cam. I'm gonna do an overhead cam on a microphone boom. I couldn't find my bag with my webcams in it, so I had to use my action cam. And it took me a while to get that set up because the cable that I had, the long cable that I had, it had a short in it. So I finally get that set out on the deck, and I moved from the side where the garage to the back deck because it looked like it was going to rain. And yes, it did rain, but I was safe on the deck. So what I did, I set up on the deck. My wife, she grilled, she made steak, potatoes, corn, Father's Day feast. I was satisfied, and it's still banana pudding left that I'm probably gonna go and get after this is over. So I set up on the deck. Then when I finish, it's time to eat. So then I eat, I go back out. It's dark. Bugs are starting to form around because I had my ring light set up out there for light, and then I had the light from a ceiling fan. So bugs start to settle and start to come around. They start landing on the vinyl, the mixer, everywhere. I'm like, okay, let me take this in the house because I'm not gonna be able to fight off all these bugs and still play because I was doing my turntables. I was using my turntables and the Rain Z-Trip mixer that I bought last week. So I moved everything into the house, into the living room, get it set up. Then I start having problems. I have problems where Serato won't be able to connect, and then the webcams won't be able to connect. So by the time I got everything set up, and it's still set up there now, that it was 5 o'clock in the morning. I worked all the way through it. So then I went to bed after that. But anyway, that didn't go too well. So man, I don't even know where this topic was going, but oh, camera angles. Front camera, overhead. That's what I use. I use front camera, overhead, and I had it on advanced auto scene switcher. Now, how did I have it on auto scene switcher? This is what I had. I had it set to where when it's showing main and 60 seconds later or a minute later, it changes to overhead. That was one scene that I had. So basically, when it's in the main view, it stays in main for 1 minute. Then 1 minute, it switches over to overhead. And then I created a new one. When in overhead for 10 seconds, switch back to main. So now I have it set to where the main camera will show for 1 minute. Then it'll go to overhead for 10 seconds. Then it'll go back to main. And it just keeps doing that more and more where you want your main camera to be the longest. You don't even want it to balance out I could have did the overhead a little bit more, but it takes away the tension. And then if I'm talking into the camera, then I know if I talk over 10 seconds, then I know I'm still going to be on the main camera. So I could have did 5, but 5 may not really show a whole lot. So I expanded to 10. And I may do another video with that testing live after this video, depending on how I'm feeling after. So front camera, overhead. I also mentioned you may want to do one from direct side, from my left and my right. You may want to do an angle to where it's at an angle, like the corner of your equipment have something there to where it's coming across and it's still capturing everything. So those are some angles that I mentioned in the last video. Like I said, just check out that video. The link. Should I do it again? Okay, let's do it again. This link right here in the replay, you click on this link, you can go to the part 2 video of DJ live streaming. All right, let's see what other questions that that we have, or what else. Okay, let's see. Let me go back to the questions that I missed because I do not keep up with this. Let's see, where did we stop at? Okay, yeah, it has a little bit. That was an issue that I had with my and that's why I prefer I may switch it up and put the action cam as my main and do the C920 as my overhead, because the action cam, some of those cameras produce, if they have a curved lens in it, it's going to produce a fisheye look. And that was the vision that was the what I have right now with the action cam, to where the corners, it looks like it's uneven and it's off on my turntables, and no matter how I set it, it won't change. Everything in the mixer is straight. Everything in the mixer is straight, but when you get to each of the outer edge, it kind of like bows out, and you can't get it, because I try to get everything square in. So depending if the Waze camera, it does that. It does a fisheye. Okay, let's see. You said thanks. Actually want to mount overhead. I have to figure out how to mount it and keep it out of frame. If you have a mic boom, this is what I did, and it's out of frame. Let me grab. I'm just gonna grab, because I don't have. Just imagine a selfie stick, but let me grab this, and hopefully I won't yank my mic out. I think I took my biggest tripod stand, which I think it goes up to like 5 feet. And I extended it all the way up. This one is probably not as high as that one. I don't know how high this one will come up. But I took the largest one that I have, and I have several. I probably have probably at least 4 or 5. I have smaller ones okay, so right now this one is probably about 3 feet. It's about right here. Let me cut this out. You might be able to see it. Oh, it's just shy of the camera. Yep, just shy. So when I raise it up, it's going to be even higher. So that may be about 3.5 feet. But what I did, I added a selfie stick with a threaded screw onto the bottom. And then I put that over to the side, and I had it angled to where it was out of my frame. And if you get with me later, I'll take a picture of that shot of what it looks like. But I managed to get it with a basic tripod and a selfie stick, to where I managed to get it out of the frame. And it was right over my equipment. I got it to where I got it right here, and then I just moved it slightly up, because that webcam didn't have any zoom on it. And what I did, I cropped the outer edges of it so you can't see. Remember what I mentioned, I think a few weeks ago, or whenever, last week or the week before last, where I mentioned clutter out of your background, 3 AAA batteries. I think that's what I mentioned, and somebody commented about it. I mentioned it to where you can't see anything from any of the sides. The only thing you see is equipment. You don't see anything else that may be bordering it to distract people. So let me go back to the questions. Let's see. Okay, overhead. figure out how. Now, here's a question for you. How wide is your shot? Do you have your camera back really, really far, or do you have it kind of close up? Now, if you're really back about like this to where you have a wider angle, then it's probably going to be a little bit more difficult. You're going to need something to mount overhead. If you're not afraid of punching a hole or mounting something to the ceiling, that would probably be the best option. Even if you took, what is it called? I think it's the three-headed, if you take a screw that's like this, the basic threaded screw, if you take it and screw one end into the ceiling and then cut the head off of it, if you buy a bolt like that or a screw, a threaded screw, and screw it in there to where it's in there good, and then cut the bolt off of it and file it down to where you can thread something onto it. That'll be the easiest way, to where you just take your selfie stick, you aim it up there, and then you just kind of thread it onto there. Then you can extend it up and down like the one I have here, but it's in the other room, so that's why I can't pull it down today. Let's see what else. If you can't remember. Oh yeah, banana pudding. Definitely banana pudding. So catch me later, whether it's after this is over or later on about the overhead angle. But if you're close up like I am here, which the equipment is covered in this angle, I mean, if I bring my camera up closer, then it's gonna cut the equipment off. I have to try to either angle it up and downward to get the angle, or something. I have to play with it another way to get it up. And I was going to move it up because when I'm doing this podcast, my camera is right here, but in order for me to see what's going on is right here. So it's like this. I need to look right here, but I need to see what you're saying by looking over here. So if you see me looking off to your left, then I'm looking at the screen. But I'm gonna try to figure out a way to I can put a screen either, or I might even mount a different camera right above and be able to look to where I'm looking directly into it. So that's why I don't really see the comments, because I'm trying to stay focused looking into the camera. All right, let's see. What's up, Mr. Chisholm? That's what I use. Use a tripod with a tablet holder. Got another idea. And if you have a Five Below store near you, this would be a good option to use. And I have probably about at least a few of these. Some of them are broken because I applied too much pressure on them. Let's see if I got a good one. Now, I get these from Five Below, but I've also seen them at Walmart for about the same price. And these are iPad stand holders, which they have a gooseneck type. And it's metal. It's metal inside with plastic sheet covering. And you can clamp. And is this one of my broken ones? Yeah, this is one of my broken ones. So I have to kind of be careful with this one. I need to and here's a tip. If you ever break anything, and thanks to Alan Bernard, he posted this. This was a great idea. I've been using it now. I've even came up with my own method of how I apply it. because I didn't know how to use it at first. But here's a tip. When you use your super glue, add in a little baking soda. It makes a harder and a quicker bond. And if you add enough, you can actually construct a bigger piece out of it. I mean, you have to do like several applications. You have to add a little bit, glue, let it hard, add a little bit more, and then when you finish, you can file it down and paint it. And I haven't did it to that point yet, but I got some stuff that I'm gonna try. So I'm gonna try it with this later on. But super glue and baking soda. Now, I would suggest using something like this to apply the baking soda to get it into tight spots, because the way the way I did it, and when I started using it, I swear, if the police would have came into the front door the way that I was using it, I probably would have been arrested on the spot. But not physically arrested, but it would have been like freeze. And I took a sheet of paper and I folded it into a V, and then I put a little bit in there, and then I tap it into the spot that I want to, because I couldn't think of any other way at the time to get it exactly where I wanted it. But then it spills on the table. And so I take a credit card or something, and then I scrape it up into little white lines and then when I start using this, I did it in little white lines, and I used this to suck it up. I would suck it up because at that time I only had maybe a little baking soda to use. So I didn't have a lot to use. I'm like, okay, I need to use this. Let me run. Next time I run to the Dollar Tree. I mean, I have something now because I had to buy more super glue, but I had to conserve the little baking soda that I had to use in order to do it. So it just looks, the situation would have looked bad for anybody coming in, and it would look bad more for me than them, no matter who you were. So use something like this. I thought about using a syringe, but this will probably work better because I could just tap it out and let it just gravity foams out. But it works as far as what I use. But just use something to where you can get it accurate to where you want it. All right, let's see. Okay, you said you use a tripod, and thanks for giving me the idea. Like I said, it can work for larger phones. If you got like a larger phone like this is an iPhone 8 Plus, it'll fit in there real good. They do have them for smaller phones that have like a claw type clamp on it. I do have one. I just don't know. It's not down here near me right now, so I don't know where it is. But this one right here, this one is for an iPad, and it will hold the iPad in straight form. But usually what I do to get it right, I just coil it up just like it's shown. I coil it up so it's short and it's where I need it to be, and I will clamp it. And say if I have my my iPad for a Serato remote or something like that, I have it clamped up like that. All right, you can also use permanent. Yep, you could use tape if your camera does not weigh too much and you don't have a lot of weight. The tape that you use for mounting pictures on the wall. Now, I don't know if you're talking about the 3M tape, to where when you want to remove it, you just pull on the bottom part of it and it comes off. I don't know about that. But I mean, if it works for you, send some pictures. Let us know how you got it applied and how you got it holding up. All right, let's see. You have one of those. I have it mounted to the side with your C920 on it. Now, what I was saying with this, if you got something like this, I don't know how you would do it, but if you got something that's off to the side, even if you got a mic boom, if you got a mic stand with a slight boom on it, anything that you can do to add that little extra into it, that's what you want to do. So this may work, it may not work. It depends on what you have clamped to. If you DJ with a wall in front of you, which I suggest, give more freedom. You wouldn't DJ in a venue against a wall, so why should you DJ at home against a wall? So open up yourself, open it to where the view in front of you is open, the view behind you is open. Even if you give yourself 2 feet from the wall, and with most people, it's just a matter of taking your setup and inverting it 90 degrees with a little space between you and that wall that you had it mounted on. So, I mean, I tell people don't DJ toward the wall. To me, it just don't feel right. Double-sided Gorilla Tape. I've seen the Gorilla Tape, but I have double-sided tape, but it's not enough to where I can attach something like a camera, something with that type of weight onto it. All right, let's see. What else? Now, what about the what other cameras do you guys use? What else do you use? Do we have anybody that still uses the phones? How's the latency? How's your latency on that? Because let's see. Oh, okay. All right. Because right now the 2 most popular cameras or cams there's 3 depending what you want to use. If you want an actual webcam that's not going to give you any glitching or any type of latency, you're going to have more real-time audio and video, and your video is going to be clear, and it has a direct USB connection. The C920 is probably about the one that a lot of people are trying to get. And like I said, I still have one left. I got somebody that's been hitting me up, but I don't know. It's still left. First come, first serve. So the C920, the Waze, which is the security camera that has firmware that you have to upload in order to use it as a webcam. Now with the Waze, I'm not for sure. Does it have the thread end screw? Does it have the 3/8-inch thread end screw, or it just have to where you mount it like an actual security camera with maybe 2 to 4 screws? Because that's the thing. If it doesn't have that thread end screw, then you won't be able to apply it like other. You have to find a different way to attach it. And that's the second thing. The third thing is the action cam. And this action cam, I mentioned this one because I found that even though it's an action cam, which is basically a GoPro clone, you can also use it as, it also doubles up. All right, let's see. It also doubles up as a webcam. And it could be more than a webcam for one. It could be a webcam to whether you're using it USB. And the thing why I mentioned this one, and it's the oh man, I forgot the name of it just that quick. Somebody bring up it begins with an S. Okay, I know who to go to find that name because he bought it. All right, let me see what y'all talking about. It'll come to me in a minute. I'm sure it will. Use the Gorilla Tape with the Ring camera on the wall. Oh, so you could use a Ring camera as a webcam. Now that I didn't know. Oh, okay. You just saying that you use it with your Ring camera. All right. Had it up for 2 years. Hadn't failed yet. Use a 6S Plus. Latency is great, and I take it that you use it connected with a cable. Use it with the lightning cable, and not wireless. Now, if you're using it, now let me ask you this question: what application, what program are you using it to bring it as a webcam? Because I know there's a lot of them, and even some of them have that I've used has a great bit of latency in it. So I've kind of stopped using the phones. No threads on the Waze camera. Okay, there's a magnetic bottom. Okay, that may work out. If I would say attach, well, it's gonna put it. If you have a magnetic bottom, it's gonna put it to where I would say on your whatever you're using on your boom, add a magnetic, add a plate onto it. Now, if you are, that would be a good thing to do. Here's an idea: double side tape a metal plate, a small metal plate, maybe about this size, say 2 by 2 inches square, 2 inches, 2 inches, 2 inches, maybe even go 4. Double side that to your ceiling, and then add a magnetic bottom onto your webcam. But you need to add one with the strong the strong magnets. I can't remember the name, neodyme or something like that. Add those to where it will hold the whatever you're using as your boom, a selfie stick or whatever, and it'll also hold your camera. But then you also may want to have something attached, a cable dongle or something attached to where if it falls, it won't hit you, to where it stays secure. But that'd be a good idea to have it magnetic attached. The more y'all say stuff, the more ideas I can come up with. So keep replying, because I can come up with more ideas as you start to mention something. No screw on the Waze. It comes with 3M tape. Okay, that would be for more of a permanent mount. Now, does it have screw holes? Does the Waze camera have actual screw holes to where you can screw it down? I know y'all saying that you use the 3M tape that comes with it. What permanent? So I mean, that 3M tape can eventually fail if moisture gets up under it. It can start to work loose, especially if it's hot and it gets some type of heat onto it, that it can start to fail. All right, no screw holes. Okay. All right, and I was looking up the camera, the third camera. Let's see. What did it say here? You use it for your Facebook Live. Once I'm finished with Facebook Live, the video is saved to my phone, on my phone. No special software is needed. Okay, so you record directly to Facebook. You don't use like OBS or anything like that, to where you just record directly to your phone. Gotcha. All right. And I know that it's going to come up in just a few seconds. Not Cam Park, which is what I mentioned. And the reason that Cross Tour, that's it, the Cross Tour. The Cross Tour Action Cam is the action cam that you might want to consider. I had a promo code for 50% off, which brought it down to about $50. I think now, and let me pull up and see what is it running for now. And that was okay. It's going for $100, but they have. It depends on which one. If you want to get the 4K, the 4K was running for $100, and I think at one time the 4K had a promo code on it that brought it to $50. But now if you want to get just the 1080p, just the basic one, like this one that has 2 batteries. Let's see. Yeah, it's about the size of most other waterproof casing. And yep, that's it right there. That fisheye lens. I wouldn't use this one for overhead because that fisheye lens is going to make your equipment look bold to where you can't get it straight in the angle. And it doesn't matter where you have it, you're probably going to have it. I had a camera mounted directly. Oh, and I didn't do hold on a second. Let me go back because I didn't even do the screen share. My bad. All right, here we go. And let me start that over again. Like I said, here's the 4K. The 4K was $100, and the promo code that I had brought it down to $50. So you was able to get a 4K for $50, and then this one right here is 1080. That the 1080 version that comes with 2 batteries. And this is what I was talking about right here, which is the problem that I had with my overhead. When I use them as an overhead, you don't use them as an overhead because it's gonna bow out the edge of your equipment. It's gonna spread it out, and it's not gonna keep it straight and center. Even when I had it mounted directly over, I had it centered. The corners, it fish idle. So it took me a while to figure out that it was the camera that was doing it and not how I had it set up. But this one's not bad for a price. And usually the action cams come with like a ton of accessory. This one doesn't have that much accessory, but it has the basic stuff that you need. But the reason why I mentioned this one is because even the ones that I have, the basic ones, the ones that you can buy anywhere, and I've seen, if you have a bargain hunt near you, you may want to check there, because I went to a bargain hunt today and they had action cams in the glass case, and they had a lot of them. They probably maybe had about somewhere between 5 to 8, and they were like $20 each, but they only, I think the max was a 720. It was a 720 resolution. It didn't go to a 1080. So if you want to, you probably better off getting this one or the 4K. But it allows you can record directly to the device on a micro SD card. You could use the USB. And with this one, why I mentioned this one is because it does both Mac and PC, from what I've been told, that you can use it as a webcam for both, which the rest of them don't. And then also, if you're going the route that I'm going into, you can use it as an HD webcam because they have HD outputs on them. And I don't think they show it in this picture. Yep, it's right here. Well, it should be right here. I don't see it. Maybe this one doesn't have it because it looks like, or does it? Well, it has to have the USB, I guess. Let me see. What was that cable? Yeah, it has the USB for the cable, but unless it's on the opposite side. No, it's not on the opposite side because the buttons are on the opposite side. So, wait, there we go. Good, better picture. Okay, so this one only got You can only use this one two ways instead of three. You could do a direct recording through micro USB, and you could do USB. I mean, you could do direct recording to micro SD and a USB. And from what I've been told, that you can do USB on both. It works on both Mac and Windows. So I guess that's why a lot of people have been recommending this one, because it's like the only one that can do that. And let's see on the description. All right, let's see. 1080 at 30, 720 at 30, everything it does at 30. Which that's fine if you're doing Facebook, or if you're doing Facebook, Instagram, because they only do 720 anyway. I heard that you can do 1080, but it comes out to about 720 if you check your results, which you're streaming at, either in OBS, or if you go on Facebook Live, you can check what you're streaming at there. It'll show you. But here are the other additions. And they have one. Okay, this is the large one. This one is the flagship. Got a gyroscope. Let's see. Different lens angles. Batteries are upgrade. Okay, let's see what this one looks like, or the last two, because they do a native 4K at 50 frames, which that should be a awesome video quality. Okay, 4K 50, but that's going to take up, that probably uses up a lot of space. Probably do about 5 megs every 5 seconds or something like that. And it has a touch screen. All right, and connection. Okay, that's USB. Okay, and this one has HDMI. Oh, and you can also do Wi-Fi. I don't know when you do, because I could do Wi-Fi from both of my action cams, and most of them do anyway. But I think that's like, it's basically you record, you're using it as a remote, and you're remotely using the screen, but it doesn't record to your phone. And that Wi-Fi works as a ad hoc, or basically direct from mobile device to webcam. So you can't use Wi-Fi. You can't connect your action cam up to your phone and use your phone's Wi-Fi at the same time. So if you're doing it from your phone, if you're streaming from your phone and you're using that as a webcam, and somehow you got it to where the Wi-Fi is sent to your phone and you're using that from there, or even if you're controlling it remotely, but you're streaming from your phone, you're going to have to use your data. You won't be able to use your Wi-Fi, because your Wi-Fi will be tied up into the Wi-Fi with the camera. But it does have the HDMI port. All right, let's look at this video. Let's check out this video real quick. And you might not be able to hear the audio, so you're going to have to hear it from my end. Okay, let me stop this because this is I got too much stuff running in the background, so it's just gonna run slow. But guess y'all can check the video out when you get a chance. All right, let's see. You got other questions? Okay, let's see. I think I may have answered this one. Use Facebook Live. Say okay. Stop with that one. That's why you use tape for picture frames. It can hold up to 20 pounds. Oh, okay. Now, the Vision 3 Dragon Touch 4K. Let's look that up. What is that? That sounds like something I might want to check out. Well, like I said, the cross pack, has several different ones. I didn't realize that they have these many. And this is probably the newest one right here with the 4K. And they even have they only have that one that does 1080. Other than that, everything does 4K, with the last two doing a native 4K. 30 meters waterproof. Man, I need that for the diving because that's about, well, the diving that we do is 20 meters. My wife and my oldest son, they're going for their 30-meter dive. So this is something that they could probably use. All right, but let's check out this. Check out this one right here. I want to see what this Vision. Ouch. Okay, now let me ask a question. Does this one does it work for Mac and PC as well? Yes, sir. You haven't set it up yet. Two batteries. Oh yeah, I got one that has a remote control too. I got to change the batteries in it. I keep forgetting to do that. Okay, and they're comparing it to others. Wi-Fi, waterproof, viewable angle, 4K, 2-inch screen, two batteries, and oh, it has a zoom on it. The only thing, if it has that fish eye on it, yeah, the remote to one of mine's look more like that one. And it makes it easier to start recording. Up to 100 feet. Timer lapse, drama shot, image rotation. And yeah, that's what with the action cams, they work with the loop recording. I didn't mean to go off that. They record like 5 minutes and then it loops off. So if you're doing a long, okay, I see you, Thomas. I think I replied to you. Oh, and it does do Mac and PC? Ah. Had to add this one to the list, and it comes with a good amount of accessories too. Now that's what you usually find when you get one. All this stuff. And it's 4K to 30 frames. It does 10 at 60, 1080 at 60. And they compare it to the Cross. I think this is like the entry level for the 4K. Oh no, this is the first one. This is the entry level for their line, period. Now, another one that I mentioned that I recommended was Campact, but I don't know whether not Campact, Campark. But I don't know whether it does Windows and Mac. It may only do one. But let's get ready to get started because I got Thomas here, and he is going to go through the topic of virtual DJ, what virtual DJ has going on. So I'm skipping the week's recaps because I haven't pulled anything up yet. I was going to freestyle off with it. So Q&A is done. All right, now I'm about to drop the invite in for those of you guys that want to join me, or if anybody want to join. I got 5 spots. So here is join live link. All right, that is the join live link. If you want to join in live, I got 5 spots available, and we're gonna try to stay on topic. Thomas is already here. He jumped on it real quick, and what we're gonna go into, I'm gonna let him talk about, since he's Mr. Virtual DJ. He's Mr. Virtual DJ. Every podcast he comes on with a virtual DJ, and he advertises it like it's his baby, it's his product. So I'm gonna let him come on because I'm sure he's played with a feature, and I see Steve is on. I'm gonna let him come on. I noticed that he picked up virtual DJ soon, and I'm gonna let them talk about virtual DJ while I run and get me a bottle of water. So I'm gonna let them jump into what they know about the update with virtual DJ and show some stuff. All right, here we go. We got Thomas. What's up, man?
Hey, man. I'm gonna go ahead and get my screen sharing ready. How are you?
Okay, I'm doing good.
Okay, good. Yeah, man. When I saw the update, and I was like, hold on, and I started playing with it. I was like, this is crazy. It is such a game changer, man. The way it shows it is, it gives you, I have to show it to you. I mean, so if you can you allow me to do a share screen?
Yep.
So what I need to do, application window?
Share screen, it'll pop up in my backstage area, then I can bring it up. I can't bring it up until I see it on screen. So okay. Once you get it,
and when I get it,
you just have one screen, right? You don't have like a dual screen, because I got like 4 screens here. So if you have it like if you have like a dual screen setup, you can send it to one screen, and you can either select what application or what window that you want. Like well, you could probably do that now. If you have you probably should see the option where when you click on
I see it.
Application.
Okay,
that will pop up.
Yep, I got it.
Okay, I'm waiting for it. As soon as it comes up, I'm gonna go ahead, and there it is.
All right, so wait. I'm gonna back out. I gotta back out so I can bring this up.
Okay.
Now, can you see my virtual DJ?
don't
Nope.
see your Chrome.
You see my Chrome still? Hold on. Let me
Yep.
hold
Yep,
on.
you're gonna have to go completely back out. Let me drop you out for a second while you get that up.
Okay.
Let me know you're ready.
All right, hold on. Hold on, King.
What's going on, Steve?
Not much, man. Trying
I
to make it through.
want to ask you. Let's see. When I get into the next topic, which is on live streaming, I want you to, because I'm sure you brought it up and I didn't even know anything about it, about Mixer.
Mm-hmm.
So I want you to tell me a little bit, because I've never used it, so it must be something that you used before. You familiar with?
A little bit. I used it a couple of times.
Okay. All right, Thomas. I think I see you now. Nope. You brought your cell phone screen twice. This is what I see now. You didn't do a share screen. Okay. Now I'm gonna drop, because you're on here twice. I think what you did, because you still got a Chrome tab up with your invite, with the invite still there. So let me
Mic is
drop
off.
one out.
Yeah, his mic is off now.
Yeah, because
All right.
All right, try it again.
There you
I
go.
clicked on the wrong one because you had two invites. You got 2 invites on, and I didn't know which one that your shared screen was attached to. So I think I may have disconnected the wrong one.
Okay, so click on application. Okay, there we go. Now we're there. I got you.
All right, there we go.
All right. So, guys, I can't see, so I'm actually in virtual DJ now. So if you look right here where my cursor is, before the new setup, which right here, if you're in the audio tab, you see where it says vocal and instrumental. And I'm doing this on my computer. If you look right here, and then also up here where I am, you'll see when I change this to vocal, you see how it now changes the look of it goes from a dark blue.
It changed the waveform.
It changed the waveform look. So when I play the song, so let's get to the words. That's the vocal. So once I do that,
now was that 100%? Was that completely?
That's completely
out, or
so. So it really takes out a big portion of the music. You can never hit mine. In my DM, they electric. And once you turn it back, you'll slowly hear the music come back in. So the waveform, what it actually is, it's almost like if you were doing the treble and the mids and the lows. It's the same process, except now it actually it filters it just a hair better. I don't know the decibel better. I'm not, I'd have to get Gary to give you the decibel better, but you could tell it kills a lot more of the music than previously, where you were just doing the treble and the mid. Normally if you wanted to get a cappella, you would kill the bass and then you turn your mids and your treble higher. It does the same thing, except you get a little bit clearer vocal with, and then it also distorts more music when you're doing the vocal part. On instrumental is really good. Instrumental, it really takes out a lot of the volume. So I want to do instrumental on this one. You see how it really just takes it out? I know you ain't hot to man. So you just gotta play with it, and that's what I have been doing. Kenya is playing with it. because if you do it at 100%, it'll kind of distort it a little bit. So you gotta still kind of just play with it and kind of fine tune it because every song's different. Once I started playing with it, I was like, okay, especially when you're mixing, like when you're doing that blend, it was amazing. I was like, okay, this is crazy because it just filters it just a hair better than the normal highs, mids, and lows.
Now let me ask you this: Is there a feature on there to where you can jump back to full without tweaking, without having to drag the knob? Can you click,
No,
like,
no.
I think that's one one option they should add on there. If you know what I'm talking about, Steve.
You can, you can. So
Okay.
where you have because I was playing around with it earlier today, and over where you have the cue points, the pads, not down a little bit further over to your left.
The green.
Where you got the green where you on the left side you got the green. Yeah, that little click on that and you change it to stems, and then it's got on the pads it'll say vocal, bass, and so forth. And when you click on that, it'll actually turn it off.
Steve, which one is it in? Stems right here?
That drop box right there. Yeah.
Right there. So if you click, okay, let's see.
Yeah.
We can run one. Talk about some things we can undo. Just in the pit,
I missed that, Steve.
Yeah, those were the two things that I saw.
I was watching a video earlier today and they showed that, and then when I installed and was playing with it, I saw that. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, because it'll be easier.
Yeah.
It'll be easier if you want a pre-made song already to where you can blend it in or mix it in with something, you would want to use that one. But if you're doing a blend and you're fading something out of the song, then you would use the knobs. And I see they made it to where it could be both ways, but with the knobs, if you're tweaking it from the knobs and you need to jump back to 0 or jump back to 12 o'clock, you would have to drag it back. If there was some way you can like double tap on it, or if they had a button to where it would jump back to default, which is that's what I was trying to say, to get it to where it could jump back to default.
But I think also, Kenyon, you got to realize that when you're doing this on a controller, that's a quick hit. It ain't like it's gonna take forever. Right now I'm trying to do it on a computer, so it makes it a big difference. But if I was on my controller, it'll just be a quick turn and it's there. So
now let me ask you this, since you just said that, with this a new feature being on the controller, would you MIDI map this in place of your EQ, or where would you? Because see, right now this adds in another feature which most controllers and most mixers don't have the support for.
Okay, let me tell you, this is
adding something new in. And
this is something that's cool with virtual DJ. All right, you see these little boxes right here that I'm pointing at? That's highlighted. I got one is clone decks, because I normally, like most DJs, go from deck to deck. I always start on the right deck. I move everything over to the level and I load my new song. So clone deck is like my baby. So normally, like whatever I'm playing, I clone it over and then I always start my new song on the right.
So clone deck is like instant doubles for Serato.
Correct.
Okay,
so
gotcha.
Clone deck is what I do, but I can make these 4 boxes anything I want to. So if I wanted to, I actually could make this box right here. So I could, so I don't, because normally I'm gonna tell you this I'm not going to use, because I like my normally I use my loops over here. So I use hot cues on this side, and I use my loops on this side. So this stems thing that he was talking about, what I would do is I could take this vocal and instrumental and I would put it in these 3 boxes right here, because these boxes
you can still use it, but without having it open. You can have your loop stuff still.
Right. Yep. These 3 boxes are available to do whatever I want to do with them. I can put anything I want in here. And so I would just take these and I'd put them right in these 3 boxes.
So let me ask you this. So Virtual DJ doesn't come with an automatic instant double. You have to create it?
Yes, you have to create it.
Wow. I thought they would have had that. You sure?
But yes, it's simple. Yeah. Because and believe it or not, Gary told me that, because I kept asking Gary, because you know with Serato on a controller, especially if you got a Newmark controller, you just hit the button twice and it's a doubles, right? Well, with Serato, with Virtual DJ, I had to create that double, and that instant double is this clone button right here for me.
Okay.
So let's say I'm playing this song. All I have to do is, well, let me stop that. Hold on, let me stop that. If I'm playing this song and it's playing, once I click that, you see how I just did it? So that creates my instant double right there for me.
Okay.
So now, and the reason you have to be careful is because it's been a couple of times I made a mistake and hit it on this side and jacked up a whole mix, and I'm like, dog it. So you have to be careful. You have to be careful when you hit that button and make sure. And that's why I have to really kind of make sure I'm going right to left, right to left, right to left every single time. Now, if like Gary, on the other hand, Gary doesn't have that. But for me, that's how I always learn to load on the right and go to the left, load on the right, go to the left, load on the right, go to the left. And he was telling me Navs is the same way. So if you've ever noticed Navs does the same thing. Navs loads all his songs on the right. He sends them over to the left and always brings his new song on the right because he's a right-handed scratcher.
does that too.
Yep, he's a right-handed scratcher. So he always loads the song on the right. And I was like, oh, okay, so I'm not the oddball. So, if Navs can do it, I can live with that. But the instant doubles, you have to create it right here in this button.
Okay. All right. So right now they have the stems feature that's featured. You can either do it by knobs or you can do it by buttons. Buttons will take it out completely or enough, close to 100%. Now, does the effects do the same when you're using the knobs? Is it just the same except you can?
It's the same thing except that just does it 100%. So if you look right here, if I hit that, it should. It doesn't.
Yeah, the knobs didn't change. That's one thing I was watching. I was watching to see if the
this is like an instant kill.
Yeah, so it's an instant kill.
Okay, yeah, like an EQ killer.
Yep.
Now, okay, I think you did answer the question because I was saying, okay, well, let me ask this question. Where you said where you're cloning X is, and you have the 3 empty spots.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a button on your controller that you hit?
No.
With that?
No. I don't have a button. Yeah. I don't have. Not yet. Yeah, not yet. But on normally, like I said, this is the only time I have to use the computer. Everything else, when I'm looking for songs, I'm using the controller. But when I do the clone deck, so the whole time I'm DJing, my cursor kind of stays right here. Unless I want to go here sometimes, if I want to maybe change up my loop roll, this is always my loop roll. So if I want to do my quick loop, I'll hit it right there, even though it's on my controller. Sometimes it's quicker for me because I want to catch it at a certain point. And a lot of times if I'm doing it on the controller, I'll miss the point that I want to loop roll. So I know if I hit loop roll right here, it's really quick. And then I'm automatically sending my loop roll to the clone deck. So I'll do that, hit that, bam, and it's over there and it's already playing. So that's just me. I've gotten so familiar with doing it. It happens quickly for me. So, but yes, I could do loop roll on my controller. And with me having an NS6 and an NS7, it's in 2 different places. And the NS7 is real easy because NS7 has 2. They have automatic cues on the NS7. With the NS6, I got to actually hit loop roll and then go to the button. So it's a little bit more steps. But with this, everything is just real accessible on the computer. And like I said, I'm right here in this area the whole time I'm DJing anyway. So I just hit that button and keep it moving.
Yeah, because I was trying to see if there's with this being a new feature, and mostly, well, with Virtual DJ, it has so much into it that you would need to map. Now, I'm sure that the cloning button, you can probably map that to where it will work like Serato, where you can push it twice. Steve, it
does, and Gary said it does. It's just once he set this, because Gary set that up for me. Once Junior set that up, I was like, okay. And he was like, yeah, now you can go in there and set it to if I push a button twice, it'll do it. But I just didn't take the time to go in there and figure out how to do
Okay, because I'm saying if you set it up that way, then if you set it up without it taking up that spot, then you can put 4 stem. Now, is that expandable to maybe 16 different boxes, or that's it? That's all
No,
you
I
get.
think that's it. I don't think. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, let me see what this is. Hold on, let me cancel because I don't know what this. Yeah, it's no. It's just 4. That's all it's giving me. I think this. Let's see. See this where it says, "Have you ever wished that Virtual DJ had a button, for this or for that?" And this is where you can actually create whatever you want, and it actually tells you how to do it. So if I went to this wiki page, it'll actually probably tell me where somebody's actually created a double tap button on a controller that it'll do it to make it work.
So Virtual DJ has his own wiki page.
Yeah.
With a lot of customized features and stuff that people.
Yep. And then, like I said, I can always, I'm pretty sure it's in tutorial. Hey, Steve, did you go to your tutorial?
No, I played with it for maybe about 15 minutes, and I was mostly playing with the stems, trying to see, what it really sounded like with, like, you see the videos, everybody showing demos of it, and they, pick a song where it actually sounds really good. I wanted to throw a couple of songs in and see what it really sounded like, and it just sounds basically, from what I can understand, it's like the phase inversion trick to make an acapella, where you take an instrumental and the full song and invert it to phase out the music.
Right.
That's basically what it's doing, from what I can understand.
Right.
They analyze what one video said, that it analyzes the song twice. So it analyzes the waveform, and then it goes back and now it's looking for the parts for the stems. And then, so then that's how it figures out what all the different parts are. But I mean, and that's why you hear, like you were saying before, if you turn it down all the way, it sounds weird, because you hear like little artifacts and stuff. That's why it sounds like that. But I think, like, if you're in the middle of a mix, it'll still sound well enough, because I've heard people do. I've heard remixes where I can tell that the acapella was from from an inverted copy. And it doesn't sound that bad, because there's other music that's going on, so I think, especially in the mix, if it's a matter of like you trying to bring in a track that starts with like a acapella vocal, and you want to cut the vocal out of the other song so that you could drop that in, then boom, that works. Or vice versa, it would work pretty well. I think the coolest part is that you can actually cut all the other instruments out and just have like just the drums and the vocal. That's probably the coolest part.
Right, because I see it's got the kick and the hi-hat. So
yeah. The more I saw about what it did, I just started thinking of all these different ways that it could be used. That's why I was telling one of the guys in the group, one of the guys that play on our channel, he does this emo night thing where he plays like a lot of punk and stuff like that. And I was telling him, I was like, look, even with what you were playing with that, just like think about just like all the different ways you could have used that, because there's not like a lot of, like, we get intro tracks and stuff like that for hip hop tracks. They're not making that for rock songs. So, well, like not a lot of them anyway.
Right.
So this could be, an easy way for him to actually use that and mix a lot of those songs a lot easier. So I just kept thinking of different ways that it could be used. I think it's a fantastic feature, and Serato has to do something if they gonna stay in the game.
That's the next topic. What do you think Serato is working on now?
They gotta do. It's gotta be this. It's gotta be this. And I'm a diehard Serato fan. I've been on. I started with Scratch Live 1.2 came in my box. So I've had it for a minute. My SL1 don't say SL1 on it. You know what I'm saying? So I've had it for a long time, and I had to install this today and try it out. Like y'all were showing me before, some of the stuff that it had with the streaming and all, and the Genius DJ feature and the request feature, like stuff like that. I was calling my friends like, yo, you won't believe what I just found out that Virtual DJ could do. And they was like, yo, how much it costs? Like they was bugging out. And this was before this came out. I ain't even talked to them about this yet. Wait till they see this. They're gonna be like, "Yo, I'm buying that today."
All right,
So,
now
I
let
mean,
me
it's
ask this
crazy.
question: What else? What else did this? Was this like the main update that they implemented? I'm sure they probably did maybe a couple patches, couple fixes, and stuff like that. But was this like the primary?
From
Um,
what
Because
I
I
can
know that
see,
it's been branded
I
I
can
Virtual
was
tell
trying to
DJ
you,
see.
I can tell
2021.
you this little button right here. I don't know what this does, but this wasn't there. I got to go and figure out what this does.
You don't have like a it's something just came up.
It says custom button, but I don't know exactly what this does yet. So I'll have to, hopefully next time we talk, I'll tell you, oh, I figured out what it is. Because when I click it, that box pops up. And so that's why I'm like, okay, what does this mean? So I'm guessing it's just letting me know that I can do something else. It's just I don't know what I can do.
Try this real quick. Fill in the rest of the other three boxes and see if it gives you another set of boxes.
Let's
Because
see.
it may be you expand it, you have to fill it up before it gives you more. It's not going to move until you fill it up.
See, the thing
That's
is,
what I'm thinking.
I would have to go in and
Gives you
figure
more
out.
options.
Yeah, I would have to go in and because if I was going to do anything, I would put these up there.
Uh-huh.
I'd have
How
to.
hard is it to add? Is it just drag and drop, or
No, it's no. You got to go in and write it. So I'd have to go into the settings, and I don't know. Let's see. It's in. Yes, in here in the mapping. So it'll be somewhere up in here. I'd have to figure out what this is. So,
Trying to see if they got like a update, like a change log or something that tell you
yeah, that's
everything you
what
added in a new one, but I'm not seeing it so far.
I guess primarily what this stems feature is the main kicker.
Yeah.
And they even rebranded it a different name because I heard somebody say Virtual DJ 2021. Is that what it's called now?
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing because the last one was 2020. So I think that's just what they're doing, like yearly updates, like major updates or something.
And so this is the game changer for 2020, right?
yeah, for now.
Where what last year was or was it the year before that? I don't even remember what last year was. I think last year was the Rain 12s or something like that. And then the year before that was Phase. Phase was the game changer. And yeah, it was 2018. I can't remember what last year was. I guess last year was Rain in either the 72 or the 12s.
Yeah, but as far as that, that's all I've seen so far. Like I said, I've been so busy, I hadn't really had a chance to play with it. But I played a little bit with it yesterday when Gary sent me the message. He's like, dude, you got to get on. I was like, okay. And I was playing with it yesterday, but I would have to go in and figure out what this does because this hadn't been there all the time. So this is something new.
I bet you that's what it does. It expands to, it looks like it can go to where you can add up to 16 different, you can add to 16 more, or you can add up to a total of 16. It's kind of like Serato with the SP6 banks, to where you get A, B,
Right.
A, B, C, and D, and you
Right.
get what I think you get 4, you get 6 in each. But this one allows you to do 4.
Right.
You got an A, B, C, and D, or you get to move the slider and it locks
Over,
on
and
and
it'll
moves 4 times across.
And it might.
I would it the position. Let me zoom in on it again. The position where it is, right above that, and it's it's in that box. It's in that area. I bet you that's what it does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it seemed like it's too close for it not to be something in relation to that.
Yep. I'm gonna play with it, Kenyon, and I'll figure it out for you.
Now, what's the drop down to the left of it? What is that to the left of it?
That's just what that does is that allows me to fix my hot cues and save loops and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yep.
So so far out of what you guys played with it, have you had any tracks that just sounded horrible or that just didn't make the cut trying to use it with? Because I know some people said that there was some tracks that
There's some tracks it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough because there's so much music in them. Let's you know what? Hey, all we gotta do is try something.
I don't know if I would say that it was horrible. That's probably a strong word for it, but it definitely, like, you can hear, like, just the song by itself playing, you're gonna hear those artifacts when you cut it down completely.
All right, let's see. All right, that's with vocal.
hold on a second. Let me grab something.
So that makes it straight instrumental. Oh wow. Steve, you right. That straight up kills it.
Yeah.
Let's
I
find
mean, and the more you play with it, the more your gears start turning, and you start thinking of like mixes that you would have had to actually like either had multiple copies of the song or had to go in and like edit something in like Ableton or something like that, some DAW to make it a certain way. You can literally do it on the fly with minimal effort.
Wow.
Now, what somebody mentioned earlier that you're gonna have people that's gonna be creating and submitting their own acapellas and instrumentals for this, and some of them are gonna just sound real terrible. You'll be able to hear where they didn't clean them out real good, or the application doesn't clean them up real good. Y'all think that's gonna be happening?
Probably. People were doing that anyway, though. There's plenty of those out there. It's plenty of acapellas that I came across. I wanted to remix something, and the only one available is the DIY acapella. I got probably a whole folder of Biggie acapellas that's like that because Puff don't release acapellas. So, it's probably like 2 Biggie acapellas ever officially released, and all the rest of them are DIYs, and that's exactly what this sounds like.
Let's see what this sounds.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
And drop some smooth lyrics. It's 88. Time to set it straight, you know what I'm saying? And there ain't no half stepping. Word. I'm ready. Rappers stepping to me. They wanna get some, but I'm the king, so yo, you know the outcome. Another victory. They can't get with me. So pick a piece
kill the drums and bring the music back in.
Get lyrical. For you to beat me, it's gonna take a miracle.
That's the thing that was getting me. When you just like have the vocals and the music, no drums.
Get who I am. The B-I-G-D-A-double-D-Y-K-A-N-E. Dramatic, Asiatic, not like many. I'm different.
So it gives you a bass and a kick.
Word to the mother. It's not good the principle in this category. So when I roll on your rappers, you better be ready to die because of petty. You're just a butter knife. I want machete. This made my Kensu. Wait until when you drop the one so I can chop into your body.
Wow.
Just because you try to be basic. Friday the 13th, I'ma play Jason. No time to come that game, puzzle or riddle. The name is Big Daddy, yes, big, not little, so define it. Here's your walking paper, sign it, and take a walk. As the king's about to talk, cuz I'm the big bad.
Wow.
Man, I'm really stoked about that right now.
Wow.
And now I mentioned this to somebody earlier and I was about to bench this mixer. I picked up a Rain 62 Z Trip last week from somebody that a member in the zone. I drove all the way to Augusta to get it, and I got a good deal on it. I got to do some work too. I've cleaned it up, everything. I replaced some of the pots on it, which I'm gonna do that probably in the morning. But this mixer right here was the mixer that was about to get bench. But now, since this feature came out, I guarantee you people are gonna probably want to buy this mixer alone because let me hold it up. All right.
Oh wow.
Let me bring myself in.
Oh, that's a 4-channel?
Oh, the
It's
Behringer.
a 4-channel. Now, here's the thing about
okay.
this mixer.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I was watching the first video I saw on the stems feature was I think it was Digital DJ Tips
Mm-hmm.
did one, and they were saying how you could still have your highs, mids, and lows, but then you can assign the stems knobs to another channel.
On the
Mm.
4-channel
then
controller, you can do that.
Right, on a
Easy.
4-channel mixer, yeah. So then you still got the original, your original knobs, but then you still got the other ones mapped to knobs, and then basically you got 6 knobs per channel.
Oh, so
that,
you can map them
you can
somewhere
mess with.
else. Wow.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
with this mixer, everything on the mixer is MIDI mappable, except for the effect section. Everything between my hand, between here up to the screen, which I may be so about from right here to my finger up. So all this, if they could make the effects MIDI mappable, this would have been an awesome mixer. But everything here, all this, all these knobs, all the buttons, even the mic section, the sampler section down here, the faders. So what I saw when I saw this is that just like I have these two, the yellow channels right here, 2 and 3, you can run these as regular 2 channels. You can still have your EQs, your gains, and then take channel 1 and MIDI map it to the vocals, the instrumentals, the beat, whatever. You can map this side to the left side, map this side to the right side. So the knobs that you were tweaking, you can do it on the fly just by turning it, but still you're not changing your channel because your channel is going to be the middle section.
But then you're taking away from your 4-channel mixer though at that point, correct?
But who uses a 4-channel mixer that much? It basically becomes a 2-channel mixer, but you have expanded features.
Okay.
Now the reason I picked this up because the way that you would have to MIDI it, and I would have to find the cable, it uses the old 5-pin MIDI right here.
That's rare to find on a mixer.
There are a few more that have it. I just can't remember which one. But you
Yeah,
can
that's
buy.
what I'm saying. It's kind of rare. You don't see it. It's not very common.
Yeah, it's not common, but there are a few that have it. This was one of them, and the cable. I think I only paid 10 cents for the cable or something like that. It was 10 cents or something with like $10 shipping or something like that. So it would have been about $10 buying it, but you can buy the cable anywhere. And I was able to get the cable and MIDI map it because my intention was using it for Serato video to keep the 2 channels in the middle as audio and do video on each of the outer channels. Use this channel for the left side and use this one for the right side, and then use all the buttons and knobs and stuff up. And I kind of MIDI map everything, but it just got to too much to where I couldn't remember what I had mapped for where. But this was when I heard about this feature, I'm like, okay, how would you be able to do all that on the fly? Because you would have to do it on screen.
Right.
So you wouldn't be able to make those changes on the fly, which that would be awesome if you could make it on the fly without having anything extra. So the only way that you can do that is have a 4-channel mixer and have the 2 channels that you're not using assign one channel for the left, one for the right, and or if you're using the mixer now, Gary can do this because he has 68 or 64. So if he's only using 2 channels for audio, he can take those other channels and map them to where he's using his EQs and his gains for the features that you mentioned here in the video.
Well, see, a lot of times Genius he uses 3 channels a lot.
What does he use the 3rd channel for?
Instrumentals. Like a lot of times I don't know if you've ever heard that one mix where he does the jump by he does the Michael Jackson into the jump, and he'll bring in sometimes I Need You. And a lot of times he'll have 3 tracks going. Like I've seen him do 3 tracks. He'll have like maybe he may have it saying like the one he does is the Beyonce where it said put your hands up. He'll just have that looped. He'll have that on one channel, and then he'll be playing something else on A, and then he'll have an instrumental or something else on B, and the whole entire time on C, all you hear is just put your hands up, and he'll have that loop. So Gary uses 3 all the time. That's why
he have it looped on internal mode.
Yes,
he's not using it hardware. He have it looped to where it's controlled by a button on the
computer. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So that's why he was wanting a 4-channel mixer, and I saw that somebody else was supposed to be coming out, a newer one, to support guys that like to use 4 channels. So, but yeah, he does 3 channels a lot. It's very seldom he uses 4, but he'll do 3 a lot.
Yeah, I know a lot of guys that use 4 channels. They got 4 CDJs running at one time, and yeah, because they can mix faster. While you got 2 songs playing, you already queuing up the 3rd song, and then while you're beat matching that one, you can be on the 4th one picking the next song. So,
but now with this feature right there, do you think it might be something that they just, man, I don't even need this. I can just change this song to where it tweaks in and out on the fly.
They might, because this might pull you away. Endless. Yeah, it might be able to pull you away, because most of the time, that's what you're doing. You're changing something to an instrumental, changing something to a cappella. But now that they make this so easy to where you can just hit a button, yeah, it may change the game.
Absolutely.
All right, because I'm gonna try it out with this, but I can't use the free version with this without, because I know.
I mean, if you want to, they have a $9 a month version. You don't have to. You can just do it for 1 month.
Yeah, I may try that.
That way you can.
I think from what I was looking at, I haven't hooked it up to my mixer yet to see if it'll do it. But it said 2 things that I saw. It said that you can, with the free version, you can use DVS for 10 minutes and then it'll time out. But then it also said if you sign up for an account, then you got 30 days to use it.
Yep, that's true.
Okay.
So that's what I was going to do, and just try it out and see how it feels. See if I really want to put some money into it.
What's the full price for it right now? What's this?
$299.
$299. And they don't have any sales or deals or anything like that.
Nope. It's been $299. Gary talking about he paid $299 10 years ago.
So they're pushing the Apple method.
Yep.
We don't offer no discounts.
Right. But like I said, you don't have to worry about paying for nothing else because everything's in there for the $299. Well, Serato, they want to send you, the video thing for $30 and $50 or $100. Then they want to send you this for something else. They want to send you all those sound effects. And even like
just looking at Flip the other day.
Yep. So you're saying, and so all that stuff is already in here. You don't have to do it. And one thing that I like is like now, even on my video section, I went in, they had this little, can you still see my screen? Can you guys
it's still up.
This little shader button right here. If I click on shader, you can actually go in. Let me put back on it. I can actually go over here and it'll let me find more different. So like I downloaded all of these. Let me do this first so you can see it. Hold on, Kenyon. Let me I want to stop. Like all of these little, see that? Can y'all see that fade? I know it's kind of, let me open this up a little bit. Like these are like the little video things that play. Like let's say I'm playing a song and it doesn't have a video. I can have that running, which I think is pretty cool. I got that one, which is kind of dark, but it's pretty. So I was actually going in here and finding different, that one, this one. So I was just like, oh, cool. So, it's just little stuff that they give you that with Serato, they don't offer, I mean, I don't know. You know me, Kenyon. I'm virtual DJ forever. I am virtual DJ forever because man, it just every time you turn around, it's just so much easier. And like I said, the biggest thing is once you start looking up here and you seeing that you ain't hardly using none of your CPU, well, Serato, man, you get to start doing videos and all that kind of stuff before you know it, your computer done locked up on you. And I'm like, man, no, I don't even.
And I think that goes back to what you were saying about how everything is already built into this, where Serato, you got to add everything on.
Yeah.
So it's using more resources on your computer when you got to add all that extra stuff in. But this is already there. It's part of the package. It's designed for it to work. So that might be something in a little time that I got to play the DBS if I get the 30 days to work. Mess with the videos and see how that goes. So I never actually bothered to actually mix videos.
Oh, dude,
so I think that'll be something cool to mess with.
I'm gonna tell you now. Your videos are so seamless and smooth the way they do it. The transitions are nice. I like the fact that you can do like I'm gonna see if I can do this for you guys. Like let's say I want people to see me. I actually can go here. I can click on camera, and because we're using Zoom, it won't let me do it. But like if I wanted people to see me, I could click on camera, and it'll actually show me DJing from the computer. So you can click on that. That's a feature that they have on Virtual DJ.
So you can actually put have a camera sitting out on the tripod or on your, and take a picture, have the crowd in the video.
Yes. But it'll also use the computer camera to view me as I'm DJing.
Okay.
Like I said, I like the text box. The text box is real cool. I use that a lot for my for like your birthday parties and things of that nature. And then also like if you see what I do, like especially with the Ask the DJ, request music deal, I put that up here. So normally when my setup is I have two small TVs up under my speakers. So I have them hanging on my speaker poles. So like when people want to request music, I have this little thing floating of where they can send the music to. So they just send it to it. So that's another cool feature that I like to have. Another cool feature is is it here? It's right here. Let me move this. Let's say, like when you're DJing, and what I can do is I can make this play my DJ drop every 10 minutes if I want to. So like DJs, they killing the DJ drop and it's getting on your nerve. I can have my DJ drop. I can schedule it right here in this little event scheduler. So, and I can put whatever I want. So if every 25 minutes I want my DJ drop to play, once I set the time, every 25 minutes, my DJ drop will play automatically without never have to press the button.
So virtual DJ, basically they listen to their customers and take in consideration what they want added and basically try to put it in there, whether it's something that they know they probably shouldn't anyway, but they pick and choose.
They put it in there. And so like
that's the thing I missed about Serato. They used to actually do that, but they've gotten so focused on hardware lately and making sure that what they already have works with all these new controllers that are coming out. They're not adding anything.
One of the things that Paul Let's see if I can find it. Crap. Paul, I think I took them out. Like here's my. If I want to change the look at the layout to look just like my NS7, this is my NS7. So I can make it look just like these are. So when you're looking at my NS7, the skin looks just like that. They actually have a Serato skin. So Steve, if you still
I was trying to find that.
Yeah, you just have to go up here and download it. So if you go up here and go to interface, and I think right here where it says get more, or can you see me, Steve? Can you see?
I can see. I can't see that screen though for some reason. It's not showing.
I don't think that screen hasn't popped up. It hadn't popped up. So your any of your drop downs or tabs
won't show up because it's on another thing. Well, Steve, if you go up here to this little thing, once you click on it, it's not showing it. Once you click on that, it'll actually give you the option. You can go in there and find the Serato skin, and it'll make it look like Serato.
I was scrolling through there. It's a lot of skins in there, and I think I only looked through like the first page of them or something like that.
They got a lot of skins. I like the one that makes it look like 1200s. They have one where it actually looks like 1200s. So it actually has the album with the needle, and it's really cool. But that's something, especially like I was telling Paul, because he was like, man, I just like the Serato look. I was like, well, if you like Serato look, just download the skin. And here it is. God, I can't show it to you guys.
What's the name of it?
Can you add it? Can you change yours to it?
Yeah, I'm about to see right now.
But the only way, I think what you did, you clicked on application, right?
Yeah, hold on.
In order to do share screen, you have to go back, and if you do it as a full window.
Hold on. I want to see if I can get. I think I just downloaded it. Let's see if it'll show interface. Old school. There you go.
That's the turntable.
That's turntable.
Oh, that's dope.
Make it look like 1200s. That's hot, right?
That's dope.
That's hot. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see what else.
Oh, I'm trying to catch up to you. I've tried to launch mine so I could go in there and grab some. That's dope.
Let's see. Let's see if I can find another cool one. Let's see if I can find. You said you're trying to find a Serato one. Let's see.
Yeah, I was trying to, because it wasn't actually called that. So.
Oh, you know what? I bet the Serato probably said, you know what, y'all can't copy our stuff because you used to type Serato and it will pop up. R-A-T.
Can you put the link to it in the comments or something like that?
I'm not going to a website.
You're going directly through.
Yeah, this is through Virtual DJ
application through the program.
Yep. Let's see. Bless you. Let's see if I can find it. Let me scroll because there's a bunch of them.
How many do you have?
I just use the one. And the virtual, two. I have the default, and then I use the one for my NS7. Let's see if I can find it, Steve. I'm trying to find it for you. Here's a technique. Like if you have a Techniques DZ1200.
Oh,
what's the DZ?
Yeah, I saw a bunch of them that they look like different controllers. And I see the one you talking about, the DZ1200. Yeah. Yep. Oh, that does look just like them too, actually.
There's the NS6. Trying to see. Man, you know what? That Serato was in here, but I bet you Serato probably said, "Hey, y'all can't use our stuff," and they took it out because now I do not see that Serato skin.
I'm about to Google it.
Next track. Tell me. I'm sorry, King. I'm trying to hurry. I gotta take my butt to bed too. I gotta get.
How's Dad doing? You still making trips back and forth to Birmingham?
Yeah, man, we went over there for Father's Day. Oh, here's a nice one, Steve. Check this one out. Oh crap. Oh heck. Hold on. Damn it, where's my oh Lord. How to change it now? I don't know how to change it back because this is a totally different look. Oh crap, mixer. No, that's not what I want. No, that's not what I want. Oh Lord,
Yeah, because
Steve, you done jack me up.
this layout is a lot different. I'm sure. Well, let me ask this question now since it came up.
Uh-huh.
Now with the default feature, and they make the default feature to fit a lot of the new features. Like it has the knobs for the stems. Now with the when you change over to a skin, does it also automatically incorporate new knobs and stuff, the visuals for it, or the developer of that skin has to go back and add that in somewhere?
I think it
You
has
know
to.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it has to be added. Here we go. I figured it out. All right. You see
Oh,
that?
they got dices too.
I
Yep.
think is that the one I just downloaded? There was one called Old School.
Mm-hmm. So that's another one. Like I said, they got some cool skins. So that way, just the look familiarizes you with what you're used to having.
I wonder how difficult is it to create those? Because that looks like that's painstaking.
Yeah. But I'm
Right, to
pretty sure
actually make the
I'm pretty
dicers
sure
probably work as cue points.
yeah, I'm pretty sure the person that is doing this, they probably like, oh, you just do this, just do this, you do this. So
They have to get actual photo. They have to actually have the equipment and get good quality photos of it.
oh my God. Oh my God.
What you
Steve.
got?
All right, you know how everybody on the sync button, they have one that takes the sync button off of the computer. it's called it's called it's called
Nice.
no sync. It says easy to use, no synchronization for the real DJ. Enjoy.
Nice. Ain't nobody accusing you of using sync with that.
Right. Oh my God.
That's awesome.
Oh, I don't see it. I guess they took it off because I do not see the Serato. They must have killed it.
Yeah, they probably said something about it, or either
Yep.
that, or it's got another name in there or something.
Yep. I am clicking everything and it is not in here. So I bet you Serato is like, oh hell no. Y'all ain't gonna be able to, have people switching over to y'all and then using our skin. So they probably made it take.
Right.
Wow. But yeah, Kenyon. I mean, it's you know me.
Oh, I see the no sync.
Yep. See it. That's crazy. I like this though. Hell, I might switch to this. What is that? A Pioneer? What's that?
Like
DJM?
they have a 2-channel
Like
that looks somewhat
a
like that, but it
400 or
doesn't have the
500
screen.
one of them.
Like a 1,000 or 800 or something like that. 900.
Okay, it says DJM 800.
Okay, the 800 is a 4-channel, so they just made it into a
They're
2-channel.
probably like a 2-channel version of it. Yeah.
They do have 2 channels, but I haven't seen the 2-channel doesn't have that screen on the right hand side, and it
Right.
doesn't have no buttons. But it looks a lot like that. It just doesn't have a lot of the features that's
Yeah.
incorporated onto here. Now I see
Yeah, I got a friend that's got one. That's a nice little mixer.
a Serato skin, but it's on Pinterest. So, and then I went and clicked on the
Right.
person, and the account is suspended. So that person was. Let me see.
So that's probably what they did because somebody created it. Because I was looking at it, I was like, "Oh, that's cool. They got Serato skin," and I was like, "Oh," but then, Paul wanted it, so but I think that was probably before they did.
I found it.
Oh, you did you?
All right, let me share it. Now I don't know whether it's still valid.
You putting it in live comments?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the comments, but I'm gonna show the picture too. All right, that is. Let me drag it so I can share it.
Let's see if I can pull it up.
This is it right here.
Hmm. There it is. Wow. So it is there.
So you have to get it externally.
Yep.
You have to get it outside of virtual DJ. That's probably what the issue they had.
Yep. There it is. Wow. All right, gentlemen, it's 12 o'clock. I got to get up in 4 hours.
Okay.
All right, Kenya.
All right, appreciate it, man.
All right, man.
Probably gonna play around with it a little bit later.
Okay, and like I said, we need to talk about what I sent you earlier too.
Okay.
All right, because
I heard the most of it. I did have some questions about it. It sounds familiar, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay, because I'm thinking, we got a lot of our DJ friends that this may can help.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, what I'm about to get in now, I'm about to switch topics. Since we were talking about, I want to get into the virtual DJ first. Now, I want to get into what people think Serato is going to come back. What are they gonna come back with? And let's see, right here. This is the topic of this one. What do you think Serato? Of course, Serato, they gotta come with this feature. They gotta come with the stems feature. Now, do they have the stems feature on Studio? Does it have? Because I downloaded, but I haven't used it yet. But I don't know whether they have stems that you can use with Studio.
I don't know. I think it's three things I could think of Serato needs. The stems feature. They need to, because I noticed this earlier too, that virtual DJ can use VST plugins.
Mm-hmm.
They need to do that, and they need to and again, also in virtual DJ already, now with everybody streaming live, they need to make some kind of functionality built into Serato, I think, with that.
That can go directly to
probably right, because they already because I mean I know I got a lot of guys that actually they have various controllers, most of them the Pioneer controllers, and the audio coming straight out of the controller going into the computer, they can get OBS to pick that up as a sound input, but which is great for the music, but the mic goes on a separate channel and that input is not picked up by the computer. So if they got their mic plugged into the controller, you don't hear anything from the mic when they use it. They got to have a separate mix or a sound card for the mic to run through, or everything to run through as separate channels. So I think that if they made it where everything that was coming through the controller, going through Serato, going straight out streaming, same way virtual DJ can do, that would actually open it up for a lot more people. And a lot of the people that running into the stuff that we keep talking about getting that direct audio, that eliminates a lot of problems for them, because all they got to do is just stream straight from that, and then maybe set up a camera separate or something like that. Maybe even actually add that to where that can come in and stream that back out. But I don't know. Serato might be too hefty of a program for it to really do that efficiently, but I think that would be something that would be beneficial, especially in the climate that we're in right now with everybody streaming.
Now, Serato has a lot of people, and I want to bring this up because, I'm a Serato user, and I will defend Serato to a point, but there's a lot of things that people don't understand about Serato that you just don't see and you probably don't hear. Like, for one, a lot of people compare Serato. When you try to compare Serato to virtual DJ, it's just not possible. It's just so much going on, for the main fact that Serato limits itself to its own hardware. You can't use Serato on any other hardware than itself. You can't use it on other devices like virtual DJ and tractor can be used on a very wide range of hardware. Just about everything you can use that on, from various controllers to sound cards, even recording recording boxes. You can use those on.
Right.
So with Serato saying, okay, we're on the boxes we're limited to is the SL 2, 3, and 4 and the Denon. That's
Right.
it. And then they're the range mixers, the Pioneer controllers, the Denon, and whatever else rolling and stuff like that. And that's what it's locked to. And Newmark, most of the in music stuff. Now, with that being, since they put so much focus into that it's too much to control, because whenever a manufacturer release a piece of hardware, Serato has to go back and make a revision for drivers for that, and it's just to the point where, and you if you go through and look at all the different, I even did it one time when I was looking for where a certain driver started for a certain device up to when it started and then up to the day. And I went back, and mostly everything, all the revisions is this controller came out. So now they gotta create a new version. That's why you may have 2.0 to 2.15 or 2.20 or whatever, because every time something, and they don't do more fixes than what they should. They wait until a new hardware is released and then add the fix in there. Now, when they make changes when they make big changes, like right now, with what they're doing right now, if they come out with a different feature, it's going to be a whole different version. Now, I don't know whether they're going to change the face, like what they did between Serato DJ and Pro. They may just do a whole. It's going to be a clump of features. It has to be a clump of features, because right now, Virtual DJ is about to take over. Virtual DJ was the little kid sitting in the corner, but
Virtual was considered a joke.
Up.
They was considered a joke. If you saw somebody that was using Virtual DJ, you'd be like, oh, this dude, he got just using his laptop. You know what I'm saying? He ain't even he doing this, slamming tracks in, like you already had it in your mind how he was actually mixing before he even played the next song, just because you saw that's what he was using. But, once they added DVS, that kind of changed everything for them.
DVS so started cracking down on cracks, because a lot of people use crack version.
That too. And they got that subscription base. So now, they started adding all those features. That's really, I think, honestly, that's really the only thing that's really keeping Virtual DJ in the conversation now, is that they've got all of these features. Serato's an industry standard. And in the US, Serato's the industry standard, and in Tractor's US, the industry standard in the UK. Yeah. So that, those, and then, Record Box, if you, just on Pioneer stuff. So, those are going to be there no matter what, because they've already embedded themselves into the industry. But with that comes complacency, and they got to really get out of that, because this right here, what Virtual DJ just did, like all the other stuff that they had, that's one thing. But what they just did with this stems feature, it's not perfect, but it's functional. It's usable, and it is a game changer with what you can do. Just like you were mentioning phase earlier, that's a huge game changer. Like I was just, because I've been thinking about picking it up, and I was looking at some videos the other day, and I ran across the one where Jazzy Jeff was messing around with it when he went to their office and was looking at it, and he was just like, the biggest problem that I have is Now, and I think somebody else said this in a video where, and I've run into this myself where, you playing somewhere and they got the subs under the stage and they got it turned up and it sounds nice and clean, but now the stage is vibrating. And even when you're playing in relative mode, the needle's going to skip. And you can't really mix like that, especially if you're doing any long mixes or anything. It's not going to work. So phase takes all of that out of the game. And then also, if you got to make them turn the subs down because your needle's skipping, now your set doesn't sound as good as the next guy or the guy before you or the guy after you that's playing on CDJs or something, because they ain't got that problem. So that changes the game. And then now this, it's a whole new. I've been telling people we in the wild west right now with DJing. There's between streaming, all this new tech that's coming out. It's everything is just it's all over the place. You just got to figure out what fits for you. It's crazy. It's fun though. That I think this is probably the most fun I've had DJing in a long time. Is just with all of this stuff that's out there. Everything.
Now I don't know whether
crazy.
this guy whether he knew that this was coming, like right before they and I can't remember whether I shared it to the group or with anybody or not. Right before they came out with this feature with Virtual DJ, Phil from DJ Digital Tech Tips, he dropped a video that was releasing different ways that you can make your own instrumental and acapella. He even did the acapella for you. He listed that link. There was another site that you can go to and add your music to it, and it'll create. And I know there's some. It was probably maybe about 4 or 5, and I pulled up. I could probably find it. I pulled up probably about at least 2 or 3 of them, with the acapella for you being one. I'm sure everybody knew about, but he had found some that can actually create your instrumental and acapella by.
I think I know what you're talking about. It's a site where you can actually upload a song file, and then it will separate the tracks and then let you download those individual tracks. I was just looking at that the other day.
I think you could do about maybe 2 or 3 for free, right. And then chart. And it was one probably over a year ago that was shared in the group, and I think it may have did probably one or 2 a month, and then you can pay per track, with whatever you wanted to have. And I don't know whether that blew off with a lot of the guys that, that's what they want to do. And I think it was more to where it wasn't just software based. It was actually sent, and a person actually made it into a high quality sound, and then you just paid for it.
Right.
Because a lot of guys wanted certain tracks that either they didn't make an instrumental for, or that they didn't make an acapella for, but they wanted that track, and they would have paid $2 or $3 just for that, just for that one track in that format. And I can't remember what that is, but I
forgot the name of it. But I just saw a video on that like a couple days ago, or a couple days before this Virtual DJ update came out. And then that came out, and I completely forgot about it until you just brought it up, because I was just so wowed by the fact that I could do this in the mix, just turning some knobs. But that that's a cool little feature too. And actually, it also depends on the song, but it seemed to be better quality than what Virtual DJ is doing, because it's I think I know what that site is using, or some variation of some kind of I don't know if it's really an algorithm, but I saw something that you can it wasn't
plug-in or filter.
It was some software that somebody had made, and you could actually set it up on your computer, and you drop a song on it, and then it would rip the stems out for you. But it would and it did a very good job of doing it, but it wasn't the easiest thing to set up either. So I think this site is basically doing that, but has it already set up. So all you got to do is just drop the song in, and then it does it for you.
Now, we didn't mention this, but I don't even know whether Thomas knew this. That what's the app? I just saw it somewhere. DJ, the iPad app,
Oh,
also
yeah.
does stems
Mhm.
the same way.
Yeah.
And I think that released about around the same time. I don't know anybody that's tried that yet. I actually have that on my old iPad, but I haven't played with that in years. I'm still trying to look for.
Moises, I think that sounds familiar. I think that is a site. Yeah, they just told us in the chat what it was.
Did you find his video? I don't see it. I know he posted it. I'm looking on his site now. I don't even see it. But it was like 4 different programs, and I clicked on at least 2 of them. And I think you said it Morse or something like that. Something
Yeah, it's in the. He just posted it in the chat.
Oh, somebody just posted it.
Yeah.
Okay, that was.
Trying to see if I find the video that I actually saw.
Yep. That's it. That's one of them. And that one you added in, and then it you may get. I think you get 2, maybe 2 for free, and then anything after that.
Yeah.
I think 2 a month or something like that.
Yeah, that's the one, and it was on Digital DJ Tips. Yeah, that's the video I saw.
Trying to find where is it. He dropped it because I started going through it, and then all of a sudden, boom, virtual DJ. I'm like, what's going on with virtual DJ this week? And everybody started posting from virtual DJ to where it just got swept under the rug.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I wonder if he knew that this was coming out, and he just said, okay, let's talk about making acapella instrumentals before virtual DJ drop out, because then we're not going to be able to talk about it then.
Because I don't think it was Phil that actually did that video. So, well, at least the one that I saw on there specifically about that one site. But I think it was a coincidence. I think it just happened to be a coincidence that
I watched most of the video.
17th.
I'm gonna find it. I'm going to find it.
because this was on the 17th that video came out, and then a few days later, virtual DJ.
I'll find it. It'll come to me soon. Now, let me see. So right now you're saying, well, whatever Serato's going to do, it's going to have to be a 3.0 version. They're going to have to, if they're coming out with big features like stems,
yeah,
it's going to drop to a 3.0 version. So they got to make it big, and it probably need to be before the end of this year. But I'm sure right now they are scrambling. They're the designers and engineers and developers are sitting around at the table like, how can we get this stem?
Yeah, unless they got some other game changer that they was already working on, I can't imagine that either. They got something ready to come out.
Imagine this. I didn't even imagine this until I saw the video with what Phil was saying. I'm like, well, what if they had this in a program, and then boom, the next day it dropped. So
they gotta come with something, and it's gotta be a major set of features. Whether they have the stem feature in there or not, they've got to have something that is huge in that next update, because they've been putting out all these little incremental updates or updating just because Apple puts out a new OS, or just little things like that. Like you mentioned before about the a new controller comes out, they update just to add that in. None of it giving us anything new. Anything new that they try to do it in those expansion packs that we got to pay for. But they need to actually have, like, the whole thing needs to be something big that they put in there, and it needs to be a part of the software, not no add-on. They,
Well,
I can see the
they
stem thing
changed
being
that
an
now. They
add-on.
changed it.
Yeah, I mean, I could see the stem thing being an add-on, but
No,
that,
it's
but
gotta
it
be
needs to be a
included.
part of it. Yeah, it needs to be a part of it. But I can see them trying to do that part as an add-on, and as long as it's not super expensive, like Flip is a great feature. I think it should be a part of the software. But for $30, that's not really that bad. But they need it. This thing they need to put that as a part of the software. They need to stop with all those add-ons, or at least slow down with it.
But they haven't done anything recently. I think now, what was the last thing they did?
That's what I was trying to
Flip,
remember.
and
It was something else that
well,
came out
Pitching
after
Time
that.
wasn't the big one. It was
Nah,
probably
and
before.
they had that before they even made Scratch Live.
Yeah,
They just
that was
made
like
it
one of their first babies right there.
yeah.
But they never added it to where it was added with, because you can't
I guess
you
Flip
can't use
was the
Pitching Time
last
with Scratch
thing.
Live.
What's that?
You can't use Pitching Time with Scratch Live, can you? 'Cause I don't
No,
remember
because
when it.
Scratch Live wasn't designed to actually have all those expansions. That's why they came up with Serato DJ. They had to
Mhm.
basically overhaul the whole thing so that they could have some other things that they could add on the back end. Like all these expansions and the effects and stuff that you can add. They didn't have all of that. And then but that left them open to be able to do stuff like the club kit and stuff
Yeah.
like that before. I remember when and I guess technically it wasn't a lie. They said that every update we ever come out with will work with every piece of hardware that we make, and it will always be free. But they
Who
were
said
speaking.
that?
Serato did, but they were specifically speaking about Scratch Live, and then they came out with Serato DJ, and that they changed that whole thing after that and left the SL1 behind. And I forget whatever the first mixer was that they had. They left all those
57.
behind. Yeah, 57. Yeah, they left all those behind. But they did say that in the beginning that they would never leave it, because I was like, oh, that's great. I'll never have to worry about having to buy new hardware if I don't want to. And then one day they were like, yeah, we're no longer supporting the SL1 because it just doesn't work with what we're trying to do. But SL2s will work. It's like, I don't have an SL2. I got an SL1. Why do I
I
need to
think
buy another one?
a lot of things that they're doing, they're the quality of their sound is way higher than virtual DJ, which means that you need more processing power and more RAM. So now whatever they add in, they got to go back and trim off something, because you're not going to be able to run virtual DJ, use the internal effects of virtual DJ, be able to use sampler, then add stems and start layering all this stuff on top and expect it not to crash. Especially if, like what you said earlier, if they add in live streaming into it, oh, they definitely going to have to cut back somewhere.
Yeah.
So right now, even if they have all this stuff at the designer's table, now the designer have to figure out, like, well, every time we try to add in effects, it crashes. Or when we try to add in, because they have to go through and do everything. They have to do a stress test on everything before it goes out. I mean, they may release some beta versions and release them out to certain DJs that they know that can put it through the works, but they have to do that way before, and that stuff may take months. That's why I always said don't rush for the beta version. Don't always rush for the first version, because even though they may have put it through the test for a few months, there's going to be something that they miss, or something that they couldn't reduplicate. They couldn't duplicate because they didn't have your computer. They didn't have what you're using. So
Different
then
combinations of stuff that they can't predict ahead of time.
Yep. And then the thing is that it crashes for you, but it never crashed when they beta tested. And so then now you're trying to run this at your event or gig, and it keeps crashing.
But they
So
tell
that's
you
why,
not to do that. Like if you
yeah,
ever go into their community forums, they tell you do not run the beta software as your primary version. There's ways that you can actually have two different versions
yeah. You just
installed,
have
so
to
you can
rename
run
it.
the beta. You can run the beta and actually play with the new features, but still you got a stable version that you can make sure when you go to play out that you're not going to run into any issues, because there's no way they can guarantee that the beta version is not. That's the reason why the beta version exists. When they run an alpha test, they test for as much as they, and this is what I have to explain to people every day at work.
Man,
Every time Apple comes out with a
me,
new
when I
update, I
mention
have to
something,
explain that to people all the time.
when
That's
I
just how it
mention
works.
something, when I mention something in the zone, and I'm like, okay, let me see, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's Steve comment. There he is. I knew he was coming. I knew he was gonna come to back me up. It's just like we just think the same thing, and
They be triggering me. so I think some of them starting to learn how to push my buttons, but that's okay.
oh man. So let's see.
I guess speaking of that,
I
we
don't
should
know.
probably talk
I'm
about
thinking
the
about this
streaming
while
thing.
I'm thinking about this while and yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and jump into that because this is what I'm thinking about now. I got the email of one of the reps for Serato. I'm gonna email him and see if I can pick his brain and see what I can find out what's going on about Serato. Even if I do like with Shay, if I do like a pre-recorded video and ask him questions like, okay, what can you give us some tips? Virtual DJ just released something. How Serato gonna fight back and how they gonna retaliate on this? So I'm gonna see if I can try to get him to answer some questions to see what's going on, because right now their customers are going down because
Yeah, a lot of us ready to jump ship.
Yeah, everybody's ready to jump ship with this new feature, because this is and you hit a game changer a lot. This is the game changer right now for 2020 for DJs. This is, like I said, this is like the phase 2 years ago. I don't even remember what last year was. I don't even think there was a game changer that was like this and
Probably
the
the
phase.
12s, maybe.
Yeah, that's why I was saying the 12, but and you know
That was
they
minor.
had the DJZ 1200s, and then you had the V7s. You had stuff that was similar to that. It was just at the point now, Rain said, okay, we're going to create our own source hardware. We're not just going to do mixes anymore. We're going to create decks too. So I guess that was the changer for them. But as for, being something brand new, it wasn't. Other people already had it. Newmark had one. Techniques had one.
Yeah, the TTX.
They had two. They had the V7 and the TTX version.
The one they didn't have one that had like a hard drive.
Yep, that's
inside
it.
the thing.
They had the hard drive.
Yeah, that phased out real quick. I think they were too expensive. There was something about them.
Crashing problems with it too.
Yeah, there was something about them. They didn't last very long, but I thought it was a great idea.
All right, let's jump in. Let me ask you about this question. We're gonna get on this real quick, and then what's our time looking like? Let me see what the time looking like, because I didn't even finish editing the last video. We at 3 hours, right? At 3 hours. So let's get to the live streaming. Now, I seen you post this, and I don't know a lot about the mixer. I may have heard it or seen it. I think I saw it in Restream as an option. It's in Restream, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and it's also in OBS, right? As an option.
Yeah.
But I never really used it. Tell everybody, or tell me a little bit about it, because I haven't really researched into it yet.
So Mixer started out as a streaming platform. At one point, there was like a bunch of platforms that tried to come out all at the same time and kind of try to get in on what Twitch was doing. That was about the same time that YouTube started having their been doing live streaming as well. And one came out called Beam, and they were kind of making some headway. And Microsoft came in and bought them. And shortly after they bought it, they changed the name to Mixer. And one of the benefits that it had over everybody else was that there was very little latency between what you actually did while you were streaming and when the viewer would actually see it. Now other Twitch and some other ones have kind of integrated some of that, and they brought their latency down, but it was huge with Twitch at one point, and it was really, really short with Mixer. That was their biggest draw in. But they and they had some other little integrations that were unique to them. But for whatever reason, even with Microsoft backing them, they could never get a real foothold in and pull people in. The another thing that did actually get some people to go streaming with them, of course, talking about gamers, was that with Twitch, and we're starting to see this with DJs now, there was an oversaturation of a lot of people going on Twitch and playing the same games. And for like the new people that wanted to get into it, they would be like way down the list. You wouldn't be able to, nobody would see you unless they knew you and was going to look for you specifically. So Mixer kind of gave more freedom because there wasn't as many people on there, so it wasn't as saturated, and the way that they organized things, you could see the smaller streamers mixed in with the bigger ones. But they still just could not get a foothold in the market. They got a couple of big signings because Microsoft has bottomless pockets, it seems like sometimes, and they signed a bunch of streamers. You may have heard of a guy named Ninja that signed a multi-million-dollar deal with them, and there was a couple other guys. But I thought they would actually last maybe at least another 5 years before they'd start considering shutting it down. But I guess not, because yesterday or day before, they announced that they are shutting down Mixer in a couple of weeks, and that they partnered with Facebook Gaming of all places. I still can't understand that at all, but they partner with Facebook Gaming to transition all of their streamers over to another platform. So anybody that has like affiliate or partner status with Mixer will get the same status when they move over to Facebook. But in an amusing twist, their top 3 contracts were offered to move over, and they all said no, pay me because you're breaking my contract. And Ninja, well, I'll do it in reverse order. So there was one guy named Shroud. He was supposed to get 10 million over,
What?
I forget how many years was his contract. They got to pay him the whole 10 million. Ninja gets 30 million.
What? I heard of that.
Yeah, these guys. Yeah, you could go like you mentioned Five Below earlier. You go on Five Below and look through the posters. There's Ninja posters in there. Like, this guy's huge. So yeah, they had some. Like I said, Microsoft they got deep pockets, and they were throwing it around trying to get people. And Ninja, they actually swayed him away from Twitch, which was a really ugly situation. Twitch deleted Ninja's channel when he made that move out of spite. Like, it was ugly.
Mixer?
Yeah, he left Twitch. He was a partner on Twitch, and I think he had a deal with them, and his deal was up. And instead of renewing it, he took a deal with Mixer for $30 million. And he went over there, and Twitch was mad about it, and they deleted his channel. And I don't know if this part is true. I just heard this yesterday. Deleted his channel and then brought it back, and somebody got access to it and streamed porn to it, and Twitch didn't stop it for like the whole day. So I don't know if that's really true, but but yeah, it was an ugly breakup.
30 million for gamers now.
Yeah, Yeah, and that's why I keep telling everybody, it was like, yo, don't be afraid to put your cash app and ask for, put your tip option on there and monetize what you're doing. These gamers been doing this for years, and they're getting millions of dollars now for doing it. Why can't we do the same thing?
And this was the thing, I did read a little bit. I think the article that you posted, it had some information on it that the top 5 contributors that they had for Mixer only had like 500,000
Yeah,
followers or something
it's
like that. They didn't really
really low.
they weren't in the millions.
Yeah, it was really low. And a lot of people were going from other platforms going over to Mixer, and people were just not following them over. Some did, but very few were actually following them. So, they just did not have the same fan base over there that they had when they were on Twitch or on YouTube or wherever. So, and that's why it baffles me that they wanted to send everybody over to Facebook, because I dare somebody to tell me how to find Facebook gaming to watch any live streams. I have no clue as to find the link from there, and I know people that stream on there, and I'm still baffled as to why. But it just it's a stupid place to go, to be honest. It's just as dumb as it is for us to DJ on Facebook. It's just as dumb for gamers to be on there, because it's just not a streaming platform. And but I think a lot of those guys either are going to go back to Twitch or they're going to go to YouTube. One of the two.
Now here's a big question. You mentioned how Mixer worked and the problems that they went through with Microsoft and those contributors, and the swap over to Facebook gaming. How does this play in with DJing? Because that's why I was trying to see, because I didn't know that Mixer was an option that people, because nobody had mentioned Mixer to stream to. I know it was an option that was listed in OBS and that it existed, but I don't even think I checked it out. I may have checked it out at one time, but I haven't really heard anybody saying, hey, well, follow me on Mixer. It was either, Twitch. Well, Twitch was the primary one, or you had a few that mentioned Periscope, but Periscope, you have to have people to follow into Periscope. But Twitch, it was a little bit more easy to get into, so you can be able to get somebody into Twitch easier than you can Periscope. But Mixer, I haven't really heard about anybody saying, well, I'm streaming to Mixer now, I'm not getting booted or whatever, because right now the two options, since in Twitch is you can get muted and booted on Twitch more now, because they have a lot of DJs streaming to it. Has it changed?
No. Ain't nothing changed. Nothing's changed with Twitch. The thing that everybody's freaking out about right now is the RIAA is once again on the wrong side of progression, and they are sending takedown notices to Twitch, and Twitch in turn is sending them to the streamers that are being flagged over clips. So there's 3 different things that you're going to see on where there's 3 different parts of Twitch when it comes to having your content. Here's the live stream, and there's nothing with the live stream that's happened any different. You go live, you're there until you turn it off. Everything's good. That's the main component. The video on demand, or VODs, those, if you turn that option on, are the archive of your live stream, and the algorithm does run on those. It varies on how long it takes for it to mute it. When we first started on there, when everything first started kicking off, it took maybe about 3 or 4 days. Then all of a sudden it was like the next day. And then it was really weird. Like at one point it was like a few hours, and then it went back to 3 days. Now, when I looked earlier, it was like 2 days, 3 days. It's like somewhere 2 to 3 days right now. And I think it just depends on how hard their server has to work to go through everything, as how fast it is, because it keeps changing. But that has copyright detection on it. So you're not getting hurt with that because it's already looking at, okay, I see it. We got to mute this part. If you want to dispute it, you can. Otherwise, it's muted. Then there are clips. So during your live, or if you go back into one of your VODs, you or anybody that's looking at it can click a little button and you can save up to a 1 minute clip out of that stream, and it will be like a highlight video that you can repost. But the clips didn't have the algorithm running on it. I actually took a clip of a part that was muted, and it was not muted when I did it on purpose just to see. I've known this for like a month or 2 months or something like that. I did this a while ago. Matter of fact, it was Mother's Day. It was a Mother's Day stream I did. So that's how long ago that was. And I clipped out a portion of a Stevie Wonder song that I played. And it was muted at the time. The clip is not muted. It's still not muted. I still have it up. And yeah, that's the problem. That's what they're sending those notices over, are those clips. But the weird part is they're clips from like 2 and 3 years ago. They're not even looking through anything recent. So I haven't heard one person that's a DJ say that they got one of those notices. It's all gamers and it's all from years ago. So that's the part that I'm like, everybody's freaking out about something that actually hasn't really even affected them yet. That's first thing. Now, yes, it probably will eventually come down, but just don't make any clips. It's that simple. Don't make any clips. And if you're concerned about getting muted, don't have it save the VODs. There's an option to toggle it off. It won't save anything. Click record when you go live on OBS and upload it somewhere else, or click record in Serato or whatever you use and record the audio, upload it somewhere else. There's ways to have archives for people to listen to later. You got to just be smart about it and work around the system. That's how I approach it.
Now, have you streamed on Mixer? Do you stream on Mixer often? Or?
I haven't DJ'd on Mixer. I did a live stream of a game tournament years ago. I used to have a game website, and we did a Smash Brothers tournament for a local game center. And I used Restream to multi-stream. And I think actually, no, I take it back. I played a game and streamed on Mixer once. It's cool. It again, it just wasn't a lot of people on there. I got more views on Twitch and a couple on YouTube, and there's less than that was on Mixer. Like, I think somebody like popped in and out or something like that. But it seems like a good place to go because there's less people on there that are streaming, so it's more of a chance for your face to be seen and people to come and find you, just scrolling down the list. But there's very few people that are coming to the site and going down the list. The only real benefit that Mixer really had going for it was that Microsoft owned it, and they integrated it directly into the operating system of the Xbox. But even with that, it still just didn't really take off the way that they needed it to. And they finally just went ahead and just like, you know what, we're going to throw in the towel. We can't compete with Twitch. Twitch invented all of this, basically. They were the first ones to jump on it. That's why Twitch is the place to stream, because they have it all down. Everything that everybody else is doing is trying to mimic what Twitch is doing. They got all the integrations and everything.
So how's it gonna with Facebook buying out Mixer, will it make them any better? Or
they'll probably have a lot more people that are going to be streaming because they're going to be coming over there next month. But whether it builds that base up for Facebook or not, we'll have to see, because I don't really see it, because like I said, tell me how to get there, because I don't know. And I've looked without actually having to Google Facebook gaming to get to the page. Like if I'm on like that was the issue with Mixcloud. you go to the site. How do you get to the lives? Well, now they got the link right there on the homepage. They had to add that. Facebook still doesn't have, like, you go there, there's not like a direct link to see all the streamers that are live. If somebody that you know goes live that you're friends with, it'll show up in the feed just like DJs do. But the way that their whole gaming thing is set up and the way that they're supposed to have the people that have partner status and all that stuff is a whole separate page that you have to go to, that I have not ever seen a link on the actual main Facebook social media section of the site. Never seen it. So I don't know if they don't change that, I don't know how they're really going to move forward.
So it's like the Facebook dark web.
But yeah. That's probably a good way to put it.
You gotta know somebody in order to find it.
Right. It's weird. It's really weird. I'm not really sure what they were thinking and doing it that way. I guess they were trying to do, YouTube kind of did that at first too. They had, I think they killed it, but there was an actual YouTube gaming page that was separate from the actual YouTube site, but it was a part of it at the same time. It just had a completely different look to it and how things were laid out. And it tried to mimic Twitch a little bit more and how things were arranged. But it had its own separate URL. But the main YouTube page still had a section for you to be able to find live videos on there. But I think YouTube's actually pulled back a lot from stressing live streaming. They still obviously have the feature there, but they don't seem to push it as much as they tried to at one point. I think they kind of realized this is not our area. That's not what people think of when they think YouTube. They think of pre-recorded videos that they can watch on demand whenever they want. But if somebody wants to live stream and save that and make that available on demand, that'll work too. We can do that, but they just don't push it. Yeah, there you go. So that's the site. I've been there before, but
that's a different type of, that's like the little kiddie games, the games that you can add and play directly from Facebook, like Candy Crush and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I think it's the one above that.
The blue one?
The one above the one you just clicked. Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a different one then.
No, that's not even it. That's just like a regular page.
Okay, that's like, yeah. Because this one, see, because this looked like the internal games that you can play from within Facebook. This doesn't look like a gaming page.
No, I think that might have been it. Facebook.com/gaming.
See, because look, there's Candy Crush. And all those little games that you see that pop up on
no. Yeah, no, that's not the right one. So yours says Facebook.com/games. It should be /gaming.
Okay, because it was this one that I clicked on that took me to that. Unless that's gaming video. This one, is that a page?
Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. See, you can't even find it from the Facebook page to get to it. But I Googled it, and it's the first thing that comes up. And that's the problem. So anybody that's trying to go over there, and actually when you get there, I know it's the right page because at the very top it says "Welcome Mixer Community." So that's the right page.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
Yeah.
So what the link said? This is it. It was video. Let me see. It says gaming video.
See how long it took us to figure out that that's what it was. That's the problem
it was at
that
the
I
top,
have.
But it was misleading.
Right. So that's the problem that I have with it. You can't easily find what that's there. And I'm gonna go to. So I'm on the actual, just the regular Facebook page. Okay. I see it now. It says gaming video. You got to scroll down. It's not even near the top anywhere. You got to scroll down quite a bit.
So this is not it?
No, that's the right page that you're on now. But if you, see, I got that list over on the sidebar on the left side.
Uh-huh.
If you're on, like, say you're on looking at your Facebook feed, and it's got that list over on the side that you can look at. It's give like your different groups that you can go into and so forth. If you scroll down that list, you'll see gaming video in there, but it's way down the list. And it's not obvious that that's what that is. You're looking for it to say Facebook gaming because that's what it's called, but it's not labeled as that.
Okay, you mean in this list?
So
it is right there.
It could. Yeah, probably because you just went to it, but mine is way down. Yeah, like down in there. Yeah, almost down to the bottom. Like where recommendations is, like somewhere in there. That's how far down mine is. So I mean, I guess it's depending on if you've been to it recently or something like that. But it's weird. It's just weird how they have that set up. So I don't know really if that's gonna give a boom to Facebook streaming or what. I don't know. That's still to be seen if that's going to benefit them or not. It benefits Microsoft because they pay them a bunch of money, I'm sure. But whether it was beneficial for Facebook, who knows?
So Mixer is not even an option for DJs now because all you're doing, you're just putting yourself back in the Facebook jail.
Yeah, because it's not going to be in a couple of weeks. They're completely shutting the service down.
So on the next upgrade of OBS, it's not even Mixer is not even going to be mentioned in
Probably
the options for streaming. They're going to just take it out.
Yeah. They're shutting the whole thing down. And I actually was kind of rooting for them. I wanted them to actually, because we almost went over to Mixer instead of going to Twitch, just because I knew that there were going to be less people over there. But at the same time, I knew that that was going to work against us because we weren't going to get people naturally coming, looking on there and finding it, because just like you were saying, you didn't really know about Mixer and what it was. A lot of people don't. Mixer and Periscope I put in the same bucket. Nobody really knows that they exist. Twitch, some people knew that it existed outside of gamers. All gamers know about Twitch, but outside of that, a few people knew about it. Some had never heard of it. But then I understand that's why everybody wants to stream to Facebook and well, I don't understand why people want to stream on Instagram. That's just weird. But Facebook, I get it because everybody's there, everybody's on there, and all you got to do is go live, and you got people scrolling by and they're gonna see it. But I always thought that streaming on Facebook was a weird thing anyway, because I know me personally, I might stop, see what somebody's doing, and then keep going because I didn't come to Facebook to watch a live stream. I came to read whatever shenanigans people are posting on Facebook. So if I want a live stream, I'm gonna go to a live streaming service like a Twitch or even YouTube. So I always thought that was a weird thing anyway. But with all that being, all that aside, the copyright flagging. Actually, you know what? I'm glad I just thought of that. I was about to say that. The copyright flagging. So I've been experimenting with streaming on Facebook. You've probably seen the last couple of weeks, I've had a couple of lives that popped up, and I decided to use Restream and let it stream on Facebook and see what would happen. And first time I did it, I was pretty sure I got kicked off because I played a Black Eyed Peas song. Then the next time I did it, I was pretty sure I got kicked off because I played Nirvana. But then the next time I did it, I don't remember what I was playing at the time, but I know it wasn't something that should have got me kicked offline. And then I started noticing all of them were about 40 minutes long. And that seems to be like, I've noticed a lot of people can't stream past around 40 minutes for the most part. And so I'm not sure if everybody's getting, and actually only one of those, I think it was their Nirvana one, I actually did get a copyright notice from Facebook. The rest of them I didn't. It just ended at 40 minutes. So I think that maybe
there's an option somewhere that you can click to where I think somebody said that, I can't remember, I think Facebook Facebook, you can only stream up to 4 hours. And then there was an option somewhere that I saw where, and I think it was what you said earlier about the well, no, it wasn't about the, I'm thinking that you said it about the VOD, but that wasn't it. It was something similar to that, to where there's an option that you can click on, and I'm trying to remember where did I see it. I don't know whether it was in StreamYard or something, to where you could do it, continuous up to 8 hours, but it won't record to that site like Facebook or whatever. If you can go a full 8 hours and it won't record, or you can have it unchecked, and it may be YouTube. It may be YouTube to where it has that, but I know something that limit, and I'm thinking that it limits to about 45 minutes to an hour. But I don't think Facebook ever did that. But if you're doing music, as much as the algorithm is hidden in, you probably get flagged maybe even less than that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so yeah, I'm still gonna keep doing it for a few more weeks and see what else I can figure out what it's doing, just to kind of experiment with it. But I know that Instagram has I think an hour time limit, something like that, for the lives, and
It
then
may be Instagram.
yeah, and then it'll kick you out, and you got to refresh it and go back in. But the since Facebook owns Instagram, I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to, because they added the algorithm to Instagram when everybody started DJing on Instagram. It didn't have it before. So now it has it. So you got the time limit plus the copyright flags that you're getting, that'll kick you out. But I don't know if they integrated a time limit on Facebook, but I just thought it was weird that all of those streams kicked off at 40 minutes.
Now, is that the reason that that they have issues with the verses? Because they haven't had any in the past week or two. And I think after they did the reggae version, or after they did the gospel version, nobody didn't do any. And
No,
I think
they
it's
just
for the
did
last
one.
week or two.
They just did Alicia Keys and John Legend.
Oh, they finally
But
did
I
one?
don't. Yeah, they did one, but I didn't see it, so I don't know how that one actually went. But yeah, that was a problem with a lot of those. They kept getting kicked off at the hour point. But from my understanding, Swiss Beats and Timbaland was supposed to be working with Facebook to try to fix that situation, and they had to get some kind of software set up so that they could fix the audio for everybody too. So they were working on some stuff to try to actually make it better, because they were just like, let's do it. They went live, and just like nobody thought about making sure all that stuff was sorted out. So they're starting to figure it out. Each time they do one, they figure out something else that they need to change up. I think Teddy Riley actually made it the biggest impact on that, going with all the stuff he was doing. So, but yeah, I honestly, and again, I don't understand why. I do, and I don't understand why they keep wanting to do that on Instagram. Like, I get that D-Nice kind of opened the door for what could potentially happen, but now we know that there was some backdoor stuff that was going on with that situation. Plus, I think it was more of an anomaly kind of thing, because it just it was a perfect storm. It happened right at the right moment. Everybody's stuck in the house. Everybody's feeling like crap. And here this guy goes playing all this music, and playing stuff that they won't play on the radio anymore. And everybody was just feeling good and happy. And then all the celebrities started coming in, and it just went from there. But that's just not realistic to expect that to continue, and that everybody just keeps trying to repeat that by going on Instagram. But Instagram is not designed for using. It's literally just for like, hey, I'm out and such, and you know, here's what I see, just, you know, showing that in real time. Like it's they just or they call in real life. That's what they call them. It's just for those videos. It's not really for long term broadcast. It just is not made for that. They barely let you do a pre-recorded video for longer than a few seconds. So, you know, it's just not for that. And now it's even worse because the algorithm is a part of it now. And so now it's going to be listening to you, waiting for you to play something that it finds in its database and kick you offline. So you're not even going to make it to the hour point now. It's just no point. And then you got to have the vertical, got to have your phone vertical, which is crazy, you know. So it's just there's so many negatives about streaming on Instagram that I just have yet to see why anyone that is not a celebrity DJ would want to do it. And even to a point where I would question why celebrity DJs bother with it instead of pushing their fan base to a proper platform. Some of them are using it to push people, but you know, you get people settled into one place and then they just don't like Questlove's a good example. He streams almost every single day and he's on every platform simultaneously. But Instagram, he constantly has to reconnect. But that's the only chat he pays attention to because that's where all the celebrities are popping in. So he does a print stream and Lisa from the Revolution pops into the stream, you know, and now he's talking to her directly and asking her random questions about silly fun facts that keep popping in his head, you know, and meanwhile, I'm watching it on Twitch and we're answering his question in Twitch and he's not paying attention to that, you know. So, I mean, it's just, you're just dividing up your viewer base. You may ignore one side of it, but those people that are over there on Instagram are not going to leave Instagram to come over here because you're still on Instagram. If you go over there and you say, hey, actually at first he was, because he didn't have his direct audio set up on Instagram. He should have left it like that because people were leaving Instagram and going to YouTube and Twitch. I saw multiple people popping in talking about, hey, I came over here from Instagram. This sounds much better. And then he got his iRig or whatever set up for his phone, and now the sound on Instagram is good. Nobody leaves it. But his whole setup looks better, and it's just the overall appeal of it is way better on Facebook and on YouTube and Twitch. So, but then on the other side, you got someone like a Z-Trip who will use Instagram and say, hey, if you come over, I'm not even responding, y'all. Twitch is where the party's at. Twitch is where you're going to see the full thing. He got his phone set up for Instagram, but you see his green screen. You see the actual green screen. You're not seeing the actual graphics on Instagram. You come over to Twitch, you get the whole presentation. You know, so he's doing something special for that platform and he's pushing people over there. And he constantly says that, come to Twitch. Twitch is where the party is. He does it every time. And then there's a producer that I check out his streams sometimes. Sometimes he'll DJ, sometimes he'll do live production streams. And he was working on a remix to one of his old songs. And he was letting people in the chat give him suggestions on what to do in the song. And if he liked it, he would leave it in. And there was some people on Facebook that were watching and some people on Instagram, and somebody on, I think it was on Facebook, actually made a suggestion. He said, I'm not taking suggestions from anybody that's not on Twitch.
No.
If you want to make suggestions, you need to come over to Twitch. So I'm like, that's what you have to do. There's ways that you can get people to come over to the platform that you really want them to be on, because that's where you're actually going to monetize. You're not going to monetize on Facebook, and you can put your Cash App up. That's about it. You're not going to monetize on Facebook, and you're not going to monetize on Instagram. There's some monetizing that you could do on YouTube, but it's not like with Twitch. Twitch, you once you reach affiliate status, every time you get somebody to subscribe to you, it costs $5 to subscribe. You get half of that. Twitch gets the other half. Or they could pay nothing by using Amazon Prime, link their Amazon Prime account to their Twitch account, and they can subscribe to you, pay nothing for it, and you still get half of that $5. Get people to keep doing that over and over again. We got, last time I looked, it was like 80 something subscriptions right now,
Wow.
current subscribers. So, and it's because we keep telling everybody, and we're like, hey, use your Amazon. Who don't have Amazon Prime? So just link that and subscribe to your favorite streamer. You get one a month.
And so that's
We
how Twitch, how you get monetized. You get monetized through being a subscriber.
That's just one way. So you can have a tips link, and people can send money to you directly. So that would be similar to how you have your Cash App. We got it going to a PayPal account. But then there's the subscribers. The other thing are bits, so people can buy bits. And this is another thing. I said I wasn't gonna do this no more, but I'm about to give y'all. I'm about to give y'all what Jay-Z said. I'm about to give you $1 million of information for $4.99 or $9.99 or whatever he said. I'm about to give it to you for free $99. So look, hip hop DJs. I'm just assuming most of y'all are hip hop DJs, are sorely lacking in what they're doing with their live streams. Please, y'all, step your game up, because me personally, I come from being a hip hop DJ and an EDM DJ. I play it all. So I'm on both sides, and I see the EDM DJs, their live streams, they're killing y'all. They killing y'all. They got visuals, they got green screen, they got effects and stuff that come up on the screen, and it's not hard to set up. It's free accounts that you create. Streamlabs, Stream Elements. Go sign up for a free account, add your integrations in. You add an overlay, a browser source. It's just a little web address that you put in, and it looks invisible. When somebody follows you, it pops their name up on the screen, plays a sound, icons can splatter across the screen, makes the person feel special that they just followed you. Same thing happens with subscriptions. People in the chat, they stay more engaged because they can throw emojis in the chat and make them splatter all over your screen. The same thing happens with the bits. They buy bits, they have to pay for those, and then they throw bits at you. They're like a penny a piece, but when they start throwing 100 of them at you at a time, it starts to add up, and you start to do that. Then they start doing these things called hype trains, and then they encourage people to start throwing more bits at the screen. We just have a hype train pop up, and it's random, but when they pop up, you end up just from the hype train, they try to get it to, it's almost like a game, and they try to get the bar to reach a certain percentage. When it gets said, like if it gets to 100%, it's level 1, and then you can try to encourage them to go on through level 2 and try to make it to level 3. And they keep throwing those bits. And the more bits they throw, the more money you make. I really just don't understand. I've not seen that happen in one hip hop stream. Not a single one.
So who would you say? So this is something that y'all use in your group?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it like I said, it encourages people to stay engaged in the stream. When they, I'll tell them sometimes, I've said, so there's a thing called Capagen. That's the thing that makes everything, the icon splatter across your screen. And I've joked around in the stream telling people, who were like, yeah, go ahead, try to throw as many of them as you can, see if you can break my computer. I got a nice video card in my computer. You can't hurt it. It'll make it stutter, but you're not going to make it freeze up on me. And I've had people put like 10,000 emojis on the screen at one time.
Just to try to make you crash.
Yeah, it'll just be stuttering across the screen like that, but it'll work. But it keeps them it keeps them engaged, even more than just, you could talk to them, you shout people out and all that stuff, but when they like something that you played, you don't even have to say anything. You drop that one tune, and then they throw some emojis up there, and then it fire emojis or whatever. And that's the other thing. When you subscribe, once you become an affiliate, you get the ability to make custom emojis. So you can make emojis that are specific to your channel, and they can only get those emojis if they subscribe. But they, at that point, they can use them on any channel, but they can only get them as long and have access to them as long as they're a subscriber of your channel. So, you know, we just customize it. We got ones that say ATL on them and they splatter. Lil Jon got one that say ATL ho. which makes me mad
Twitch?
because we try. Yeah, and that makes me mad. Actually, he has that because that was one of the first emojis we tried to get. It looked like the Run DMC logo and it said ATL ho, and they denied it because they said for reasons of that it could be used to like degrading or derogatory purposes or whatever. And
Lil
we were like,
Jon
okay,
called it
I
out.
get it, I understand. And then somebody came in our chat and splattered ATL ho icons all over the screen. And we're like, where did you get that? And they were like, I was in Lil Jon's stream and he had it. And I'm like, oh, of course Lil Jon gets the ATL ho emoji and we don't. Okay. So a little unfair, but whatever. But yeah, I mean, but that's what I'm talking about. That they, you know, they went over there, subscribed to him just to get basically just to get those emojis, and then come back over to our channel and throw them up. You know, so that's what they. It sounds silly. It sounds stupid. I know. I understand this. Why would somebody pay $5 to get emojis?
Just like why would a person pay $5 to get an app that might just do one specific thing?
These are just icons, but they pay for it. They do. I'm telling you, they do. And matter of fact, one of our guys, he subscribes to multiple channels, and they can gift. You can gift a subscription to somebody else. So that's another thing that some people will do. They'll just sometimes randomly, just out the kindness of their heart, buy a subscription for somebody. I've got several subscriptions right now just from being in other streamers and other DJs streams, and somebody, you know, I'll make some couple comments in the chat, and then next thing I know, so and so gifted you a sub. I'm like, oh, thank you. You know, now I've got access to those emojis for a month, and that streamer just got some money. So there's so much that you can do on Twitch that you can't do anywhere else. And I hope that just little bit that I just gave you was enough to make y'all understand why I keep telling y'all, if you're gonna stream on Twitch. Everybody is going to Twitch. And if you think that it's just a coincidence that all the big name DJs are going over there, you're fooling yourself. Because while you suppose there's some monetization that Mixcloud can do, nobody's going over to Mixcloud like that. Nobody's watching Mixcloud like that. They're not. It's not there yet. They're not going over there yet. When it's time, it'll be time. But right now, it's not time. Right now, you could be on Twitch building a fan base of people that you don't know, not just people you know.
And it's easy for to move over to Twitch because you can link your Facebook to Twitch as well as I think Google, because that's how I log into mine. I didn't create like an actual account. I just linked it to Facebook, and so it's
right. It's easy to sign up for an account. Yeah, I got family members that I did a Mother's Day stream, I did a Father's Day stream, and I told all my family, hey, I'm doing this, you know, for the moms. I'm doing this for all the dads. Yeah, come over and party with me, you know, during my stream. And especially with Mother's Day, because we were all still really locked down, so I couldn't even go see my mom that day. So, you know, that was the way that we had our interaction. And my family came over, they created accounts just so that they could type in the chat.
Wow.
You know, so, you know, and that's all they did. Click sign in with Facebook and type in a username. You know, super simple. So don't let the fact that you gotta that it's a different platform and you gotta educate people on the platform keep you from going over there, because that's what most people are afraid of, is having to try to convince people to come over.
Now,
It's not hard to do it.
Is there a specific site or a specific link that people can go to learn about all this stuff, or it's just something that you got to search for?
Me personally, I watched a lot of YouTube. So I was doing research on streaming because I've been doing live streams for probably at this point almost 20 years. Shoutcast servers and things like that. And so I'd wanted to get into streaming again, but things were a little different now than they were at the time, because of now you've got video streams. Go to where it says videos down there, below the name where it's like home, yeah, and you can see some of the other streams that you can, or actually got to scroll down some. Click the arrow, that first row, and then click the arrow on the right.
Keep going.
Yeah.
You make it a little bit larger.
There's mine right there.
Which one? This?
Yeah.
This,
yeah, that's mine. That's the one, the Father's Day stream I did. So, and you could see parts of it are muted, but that's to be expected. But I forgot what were we talking about?
We're talking about how can people find out about all the stuff, whether it's the DJs or whether it's the people that your followers, how they can become followers along and buy subscriptions and be able to get all the stuff to get people that may not be used to what you could do on Twitch to get them involved.
Oh,
because
to try to find out. Yeah,
that do it are those that are looking at gamers that are maybe small time gamers that are watching big time gamers and either trying to move up to get to their status or just enjoy watching them. But when you got somebody that's in the music or the DJ realm, when you got a DJ and you got your followers, and now you're trying to get them to move to a platform and you want them to create that same feeling that's going on in the gamer community, there it's a new learning curve.
Yeah, and that was the thing that I had to actually. So the research that I did, I had to watch all the videos that were about streaming games and pick out the pieces that would relate to DJing, because there were no videos about DJing. Now there's a lot. There's quite a few of them. Because as people were learning stuff, they started making the videos on it. But before that, there was none. Before like March, there was 0 videos on I specifically looked for those. There were none. So there was a couple that Mojax made that, but he didn't know what he was talking about. He was still trying to figure it out and was deferring to a couple other people, but that was it. It was just a couple he did. But yeah, you may have to skip a little forward in the video. But there was no information there, and I had to actually sift through and find it. So I suggest watching a lot of videos that are channels that are geared towards gamers, because those are the ones that actually know about a lot of the integration and a lot of the features that Twitch has, the plugins that OBS can use that would be beneficial. There's I'm trying to think of some of the YouTubers. Apos Vox is one. Alpha Gaming, he has a lot of good information. You may or may not be able to pull some of the stuff from, because again, a lot of it is gaming specific, but there's a lot of information that he has. Gaming Careers is another one. But these channels, they tell you about a lot of stuff about streaming specifically, but you're gonna, once you start listening to it, be like, oh, okay, well that's applying to gamers, so I can't really take that, but maybe this other little piece of it I can use. So that's kind of how I had to kind of piece it all together and really understand it. And then one of our other guys, he really knows about all the emoji stuff, and so that's what, we kind of let him handle that portion of it. And the networking through Twitch, that's another big thing, network through Twitch. other channels. That's why I always tell people, and any of y'all that look right now, there's some people still watching. Any of y'all that are watching that, if you want to get a head start on building people on Twitch and really like or just want to try it out or something, hit me up, Atlanta DJ Collective. We get you a slot. You can play on our channel. We got built-in crowd that's going to come in and be there. If when we go live, they get notifications and they show up. So that's and that can also allow you to the whole point of it is to help everybody kind of be stronger in what we're doing with the streaming. So with that, you can actually not only would you be bringing your people in to watch you, and then they also find out about our channel, but our people are going to come on anyway, and then they're going to see you, and they're going to follow your channel, and then they're going to, when you go live on your own channel, they're going to see your live, and they'll come over there and watch you too. So now you got a whole new base of people that didn't know about you before that now they do. So there's that guy, the guy right there with the Hawk shirt on, Oliver Slick, right there in the bottom corner. He's one of our new guys, and I mean he comes in and kills it like every week. And I just met him, and he's awesome. It's actually several people that I met just from us running this channel. I got several people that are new DJs, like they just started playing out right before COVID hit, and they got a couple of 1 or 2 gigs in, and they came out and they killed it, and would have got a bunch more after that, but everything shut down. So now they're getting on here and they're able to actually show what they can do. They're playing multiple genres. So now promoters come into our stream all the time and see what we're doing. So once the clubs start opening back up, a lot of these guys are going to get bookings because they were seen playing whatever set that they did, whatever genre that they played, possibly playing something that nobody even knew that they could play. So most of the people that know me for playing drum and bass, but I've been playing house music, freestyle, more hip hop. In fact, they just convinced me last Sunday to take my whole Sunday show instead of it being drum bass to make it a hip hop show, because they were going so crazy over me playing it, because we have no hip hop DJs. Please, I beg you guys. I want more hip hop. I want them to be exposed to it. I'm pretty much the only one playing, like real hip hop stuff. Mm-hmm. There's some people that'll play like some trap, but that's about it. Like there's nobody, it's just me,
So
and I want more of it.
Like old school, or
yeah. Well, basically, yeah. Like the main thing that they want me to play is like golden era, 90s hip hop. And nobody's playing that, and that's basically the same stuff that everybody's kind of going crazy over. D Nice playing is old school stuff that they want to hear, or something that has that particular vibe, or some R&B, some soul stuff, so that set that you got playing, I played the whole first hour. That was like a 3-hour set. I played like 70s funk, then I went into some 80s stuff, and then I went into some 90s hip hop, at the end, and then at the very end I played some like 80s freestyle stuff. So, just mixing it up, but, they were loving it, and they were like, oh, I need you to do this every week. And it was like several people saying it. So I was like, okay, I'll change it up, so.
And
that's what they want. They're craving it,
right?
Yeah, they're craving it, but nobody else plays it. And anytime I've presented it to anybody else, that plays that, they were like, oh, okay. But they never follow up after that, because they don't, I think on the hip hop side of things, a lot of people are more accustomed to being self-promoting, and I don't really want to say out for self, but they're focused on presenting and marketing themselves and only themselves. Whereas what we're doing is more of a group effort. So one person comes in, starts out the day, builds up an audience, they jump offline, next person jumps on, that audience is still there. Now they got those people, more people coming in, and so forth. And you keep doing that throughout the whole day. And we're on every day. So, it's only one day. Monday was wide open. We got one guy that streams on Monday. And he's right now the only one. So he's the only one that doesn't have that benefit. But at the same time, in the 3 hours that he's on, he builds up a nice little crowd on his own. So, but that's partially due to, aside from him having his own audience that comes over to watch him, but we've got our followers. Once you follow or subscribe, you get a notification, especially if you got the app on your phone, you get a notification when we go live. My phone's going off constantly because I follow so many DJs now. It's always going off, letting me know so-and-so just went live. So-and-so just went live. I'll probably look at it now and there's a notification right there. 33 minutes ago, Beat Junkies went live. So it's like that, all day long. So every time we go live, it lets you know that we're on. So there's always going to be an audience, So if you start now, you worried about it being an audience on there, I'll set you up to multi-stream. You can still stream on Facebook and then stream on our channel and then see what happens. But I really want to get more people exposed to more DJs. That's the whole point of us making that channel. Is to do that, and we'll build it together.
Did you make that public?
And I've talked about that so many times. I talked about it so many times. Try to get people to really kind of come in and kind of work together and build something. Now, I mean, that's kind of what we did was, all of us that, people that we actually played together in clubs anyway. And instead of us trying to build things individually and trying to, get an audience together, we come together and put everybody together and build it up, all together. And it worked, and it worked really quickly. I mean, you see there's 609 followers. Actually, it's over here. So 609 followers, over 10,000 views. I think some subscriptions just expired. It went down to 77 subscribers, but it was 80 earlier today. I think it was because mine is actually about to expire tomorrow. I got to renew it. But yeah, I mean, that's what we're doing. And then we're actually working on building a website that every DJ is going to have their own page on the website with all their information, linking back to their SoundCloud, their website, their Facebook, whatever their social media is, their Mixcloud, have a video clip on there if they want, all that
but
stuff.
Not like
is
full videos, because then that takes away from Twitch. Or maybe archive
probably
stuff.
not. Yeah, probably more like a little clip or highlight reel or something like that. You could probably just put that on there, or I mean, and that's an optional thing. They won't necessarily have to put that part on there. I just added that just to as I'm building it, just to kind of as placeholder stuff for what could go where. But just whatever information that they have that they want to have displayed on the site, everybody that's streaming on the channel is going to get a page. I just gotta sit down and get everybody's info and finish building that part. But most of the site is actually pretty much done. It's just a few little details to add in and then build everybody's pages. So the site should be up soon.
Well, here's a guy, Eric Prince, and I think this is the same one. Got the cables, I think, because I'm seeing a different name now. But if this is the same one that I talked to, he ordered some of the cables from it. I got some now. I found this one. I'm gonna send you this one when I send you what I have. This one is the extractable for the TRRS. And
Oh, the one that expands out and
yeah.
retracts back
Mhm.
in. Yeah.
And he was telling me that he has a record pool and it's genres that that falls into the class of what you're doing. I'm like, okay, well,
Yeah.
that's who you need right there, because he
So
does like
not to cut you off, but look at the video.
Hmm?
See the emojis going across the
Oh,
screen in
that's
the
it.
video? Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Make it rain. How can I blow it up?
Yeah, click on that. Yeah, that one. Yeah,
Now my
so they type.
internet is bad. I downgraded my internet, so it's gonna buffer a lot. I need to
Yeah, but
go ahead and
they just type stuff in the chat, and then icons splatter across the screen.
Now, do you encourage them by interacting to get them to do that, or at certain points it just happens? They just do it.
Some points it just happens, just sometimes based off of what song you play, and they're reacting to it. And sometimes it may have something to do with something you said or something somebody said in the chat. A lot of us in there know each other. So, and the DJs, we all show up for each other too. I'm in every single stream, even when I'm working. I'm still on the clock. I got the stream on, and I peek over at the chat, and I'll throw a couple emojis in, even if I can't really hear it. I'll just throw emojis in just to make sure stuff is still active. So we're all in there trying to make sure that not only is there somebody in there, but also to we encourage each other. We inspire each other to, like last Saturday is probably a good example about inspiring each other. The guys that we set up to play Saturday, as we were talking, one of them was talking about what he should play, and then he suggested playing something that he doesn't normally play, and then all of them ended up doing that. So every single one of them played something that was outside of what their normal genre was, and all of them killed it. It was an amazing day. And I was proud to have those guys as a part of what we were doing. I'm proud of them anyway, but that day was just it's beyond words. It was amazing what they did that day. And that's just kind of one of the things that we end up doing a lot of times, is inspiring each other to just come outside of our box, because you get stuck in that sometimes and don't even realize it. So we try to push each other to be better, and encouraging. Everybody, nobody's perfect, so people make mistakes. So when they make mistakes, that's something we always did in the club anyway. You make a mistake, we applaud, let you know it's okay, it's all good, shake it off and keep it moving. And
ain't
so
nobody here but us. We won't say nothing.
Yeah. So we take that, and we take that same vibe and put that in the chat. So it's a good vibe, and it's fun, and they're some crazy people, so crazy things get said, and there's an interesting conversation that takes place. But the thing that's fun about that is when they have those interesting conversations like that gives you something to talk about, to interact with them. That's how I like to do my show. I have my mic is always on. It's right there in front of me. I got the extendable arm set up for my mic, so it's easily accessible. So I don't sit there and type on the keyboard. I got a keyboard right there in front of me, but I don't use it that much. I mostly respond to them verbally and talk to them, and try to keep up with the crazy conversation and keep them active. And then if they get quiet, I say something to them.
So you can actually see the chat. You have a screen where you can actually see your chat.
Yeah, I got a second monitor that's actually right in front of my setup, so I can see. I have OBS actually set up in there. I used to have it where I was logged into the account in OBS, so the chat would show up in there. But since I'm using Restream, I'm not logged in directly to Twitch, so it doesn't show in OBS directly. But there's something wrong with the Restream chat app. it doesn't work for me for some reason. So I just have the Restream website in a little just in general, it won't open. Like every time I try to launch it, it gives me an error, and then I have to reinstall it, and then it'll open, but then it still doesn't connect and won't show me anything. So I just go to the Restream website, and you can actually get it to show you the chat in the browser, and I just minimize it so I can see it on the screen. Either that, or I'll have my tablet in front of me, and I'll just have the stream run, have the Twitch app open, and I can see everything in there. But that way, I can keep up.
And what do you use? What do you use? Because it looks like you using the Z2 mixer.
What the? Well, my mixer is the Mixar's Duo MK2.
Oh, mixer. Okay.
Yeah.
But I noticed I see you using a Behringer controller.
Yeah, it was something, a little controller I had, a little mini controller I found at that Guitar Center outlet before they.
You went too.
Up. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I went there a couple of times. I bought some.
Man, I lived there.
And yeah, I found some Serato records in there, and I got that one. Yeah. Yes. It's probably from that same series. Like it was the different like they had different variations. Yeah. So I think it was like $20 or something like that. And I had been using my M Audio trigger finger as a MIDI controller in Serato, but then I would have to disconnect that and move it over to my production machine when I was working on music, and I got tired of that. Plus the layout of the trigger finger, I kept forgetting what was assigned to what, and I didn't really want to like write it on there. So when I saw that, I was like, oh, this is perfect because this is made for this purpose. So I just got that thing and used that. I actually just started using it again when I got the Mixars because it was you only get one effect knob on it, and I wanted access to all the effects, so I went ahead and set that up. I probably need to map it to some more stuff, but that's all I got it mapped to right now, is just the effects.
I use mine with what I use it with. Just heard audio come up. I guess the stream ended and the audio just.
It goes to it. I was watching the archive of somebody's stream earlier today. It plays a lot of commercials. And when you're watching the archives, yeah, ads are playing constantly. But that's something that you don't get a lot from it, but when you're monetized, you get revenue off the ads too.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, so like when you go, if you ever go into a Twitch stream and an ad comes on first, the stream gets revenue off that ad that plays. That's why it's playing it.
And how many ads do you usually get an hour?
It
varies.
In the archive, well, when you're watching it live, you just get the one when you first turn the stream on.
Oh, okay.
But if you're, you can make it play more. There's a stream manager page that you can go to, and there's buttons on there where you can make it play a 30 or 60 second ad whenever you feel like it. But I never use that. But when you watch the archive videos, apparently it plays them quite often, because I think the one I was watching, I had actually saw the first hour live, and then I stepped away, and when I came back he was done, so I went back to watch the second hour, and I think ads came up probably about 5 or 6 times, and there were like 2 ads each time. So it does a lot of them when you're watching them play, watching the playback. But when it's live, it only does it the one time, unless you tell it to do something otherwise. But yeah, see, I'm telling you, set up your visuals. You can't do this with your phone.
You can't do this with your phone. and I don't know if you know now that I've been getting ticked off with people that's trying to use the iRigs with OBS. I had two cases.
Counterproductive.
Thomas was one of them. He was actually the first one. He was the first one. He got his iRig and he never used it, and he was trying to set up do OBS. Man, how many hours? He's probably spent 2 or 3 hours trying to get it, and then it just got to the point that the sound would come in, but it just sound. I mean, I don't know.
It was made for instruments.
I called it compressed. I call it
Yeah.
compressed because it sounds you can't hear the low frequencies. And then the voices sound reverb. It just sounds like there's stuff going on all in the mix. And so I said, I think it's your iRig. You need to take your iRig out. And then he found a cable. It was an aux cable since he was going to his max. I'm like, man, just use your aux cable. Boom, clear sound.
Wow.
We were done. And I think he may have had something else that he can use, but it was just that easy. And then probably not a day or so later, I had another DJ. He was using his iRig. I'm like, dude, your sound is it's not there. You need to hear what I'm hearing. So I recorded a clip in Audacity and I dropped it to him in Messenger, and same thing, found the aux cord, boom, sound was good. So then at that point, I'm like, okay, these iRig 2s are not working for computers, OBS, whatever. So if you're gonna use it, you need to stay with mobile. You need to stay with your phone, you need to stay with your Android, your tablet, or whatever. Don't move it to, if you come to me and saying, can you show me how to hook up my iRig 2 to my OB? Nope, gone. Bye. As soon as they mention, I'm like, no, I can't. I'm like, Cash App.
Best thing you could do is get an actual audio interface. The way I've got mine set up, I could actually hook my mic into my mixer and then just run the mixer out, but I don't. I have the audio from my mixer running into an audio interface, and I have my mic running into audio interface in a separate channel. And then that is a USB interface. So when I plug it into the computer, it picks up each of those channels as separate inputs. So when I go into OBS, I got a separate input for the music and I got a separate input for the mic, and I can adjust them separately. I can have, so you know how some mixers have that talk over feature where it'll make the music drop down. Yeah. So there's a filter, what is the compressor filter in OBS. You can add that compressor onto the music track, and then you can set there's a ducking option that's on there, and you can set that to your mic and then adjust the settings. So then when you talk into the mic, it'll squash down the music. But where it works different with that than the talkover feature does, the talkover, it'll go down as soon as you stop, it comes right back up, and it's obvious. You can actually let it set it so that it's smoother, so it will rise up a little, slower when the audio is coming back up, so it doesn't sound so abrupt and it doesn't sound as crazy when people listening to it. Just a little bit cleaner. And then also you can have it, so I record everything, every live set I've ever done, period, I have a recorded copy of. And what I was doing before was I would just stream it and then go into Twitch and download it. But I would go back and listen to them myself, and I got sick of hearing myself talk because I'm talking. Well, aside the fact I don't want to hear my own voice, but despite how much I like to talk, apparently.
I think that's everybody. I feel the same way. I can't even stand editing these videos. I'm like, man, I said that word. It didn't come out right.
Right. And but the thing that I realized too was a lot of what I'm saying on the mic, I'm responding to the chat. So when you just listening to the audio back and you hear me say something random, you're like, you have no context. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. So I started trying to just record in Serato just to get the audio and then not worry about downloading it later. But I don't know what's going on with my computer, and Serato kept choking up on me. So I got tired of that. So I now I have it where I'm actually recording in OBS at the same time that I'm streaming. And I have it set so that there's three audio channels that get saved in that recording. One is everything, all the same thing that you hear in the live stream, all the music and the mic all together. Then another track is just the mic by itself, and the other track is the music by itself. And so now I could go in and I could drop it into Audacity or SoundForge, whatever audio app you want to use, and I can pull just that music track out. And so now I got just the music. And then I can take that and I can, master it up, get it nice and loud and everything, and upload that to SoundCloud, Mixcloud, wherever I want to put it. And now there's an archive of just the music, no talking. Or if I want to edit and put like any drops or anything, like do all of that stuff, and just that's all you get. And now people are more likely to listen to that because now they're just getting a 2-3 hour mix, however long you were live. And now you got that, and it's up in a place. It's you on Mixcloud. Mixcloud got licensing. You're good.
And that's because when you record it in OBS, you have your mic going into one channel, and your audio from your mixer or your controller, or whatever, going into another channel. You basically have two separate channels.
Got them separate. Yeah, they going.
You're not running it directly through your mixer to where it's all in one, but OBS separates it.
No, I got them actually going into OBS separate, and they're two separate audio channels in there, and then OBS can actually save them as two separate audio tracks in the recording. And then just because I have one with them both mixed together. But
it's one thing I figured out by accident, and I'm gonna do a quick video on it. Is that how you can get your sound, like, say for instance, your levels. I found a way that you can get your levels to where they would never overpeak, even if you turn all your knobs, if you turn all your EQs, if you turn your gain all the way to the right, if you turn whatever you stream it out, you could turn everything to the right and it would never overpeak. At first, I did it by adding the limiter filter.
Oh, that's what I thought you were saying, a limiter, yeah.
Then that was when I found out, okay, let me try the limiter. And then I said it, and then I'm like, okay. And then I start turning the knob. I'm like, it's not moving. It's not overdriving. I just turned it up even more. And I'm like, okay, let me try the gain. And everything was in the red at that point. I'm like, okay, it's still barely tapping into the red where I want it to be. And then I said, okay, I'm gonna create a video. I'm gonna do a short YouTube video showing how to do this. And then I did maybe like a couple takes, and then I found out that what did I record it in? I recorded it on the Asus laptop, so I recorded in Windows 10, but I tried to do it as a screen capture video using the Xbox games, which was what is it? Hold down Windows Control and then hit R, and it will do a screen capture. It will record the screen, but it didn't record some of the open screens. Like when I opened up a source, it didn't show where I would select the source. So then I'm like, okay, I got to figure out another way to do it. But in that process of doing it, I didn't even get to the point where I added the limiter. All I did was let me see what I did. I played the audio. I turned my knob on I used the booth. I turned my booth to 12 o'clock. When I turned my booth to 12 o'clock, it overdrived my meter in OBS. Then I took the slider in OBS and I moved it back to where I wanted. Then once I did that this was the only thing that I did differently. I went and locked it. When I locked it, and then I turned the booth knob all the way, I turned the gain all the way, I tweaked the EQs all the way, I turned everything up. It stayed right there. It didn't go past that point where I moved that fader for it to stop. And then once I locked it, it can never be changed unless I go back and unlock it. So then that way you have audio. You'll never have to worry about tweaking your audio on your mixer, as long as you're using the same the same channel, the audio channel, and that you copy. If you're using different scenes, you have to copy it into the other scenes. You would never have that problem, because I've seen guys that were, especially if you have tracks that your levels aren't balanced. One maybe the next one you bring in may be higher, and it's going to drive it. And if you're not watching your gains, which some people don't, and then you can't monitor your output from your mixer unless you're using the master, which some people don't even do that. The only way you could do it, you have to look at OBS, which you're not going to do that. So that makes it safe to where you don't never have to worry. You could just mix and never have to worry about checking your streaming levels. But the other thing besides that is that you have to go and listen to it when you make that adjustment and make sure that you are actually not hitting, when you hit in the red, that it's not causing any type of distortion. And I just had mine to where it will peak into the red, but it wouldn't stay. It'll just peak over and bounce back down into the yellow. But it wasn't staying in the red, or even in the very first area red. And now I just got to figure out how to create that video and how to edit, because I need to open up OBS in OBS to record OBS. So I'm gonna need 3 laptops, because one needs to be running. Needs to be running Serato. The other one needs to be running OBS that I'm gonna be actually doing it in. Then I'm gonna need another one to record that, because the application, the Windows, the gaming for the screen capture, it didn't capture the open windows when I opened up a source. It would have OBS open, but then when I click on the plus for the source and open up the window there, it wouldn't show that window. Like if I'm changing video cards, if I'm going in and selecting, if I hit the plus and then go to video capture, and then when it opens up the window to where I select what webcam or whatever I want to use, it doesn't show that window when I do it. And so it took me more time to figure out that wasn't recorded. So
yeah, it's got some weird stuff when you're doing like capturing from the same computer. There's a bug that it has that I don't know. I guess they still haven't figured out why it does it sometimes. That gamers run into a lot, where it when you try to do the game capture option, it is supposed to basically capture a particular app, and it sometimes it just gives you a black screen. So it does weird stuff like that sometimes.
All right. Well, that's something I want to play with, but I'm gonna try that auto ducking feature. I've seen that somewhere, and so you said it works to where you can gradually ramp up after you finish talking.
Yeah, you can make it like where it'll drop down quickly, but then gradually move back up, or you can make it go down slow and go, whatever speed, however you want it to do it. It gives you all the different options, to the different sliders to make those adjustments. There was a video that I have found that really kind of broke down what each of those sliders did, and I have to find it for you. But that actually
pack and release sliders, right?
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, it made it because I kept adjusting the wrong ones. That actually helped a whole lot with trying to figure out which ones I needed to actually adjust. But I was doing that because I would go back and listen, and every time I thought I had my mic set right where you could really still hear me, it turned out you really couldn't. But when I started going into having it to record on the separate tracks, the first time I did it, the audio track was still ducking, even though it was just the audio track by itself. Yeah, so that sucked. So I was really upset about that, because that was a good set too. So I ended up just grabbing the copy off of Twitch. But what I ended up doing was I just kind of played around with it and dialed it in so that the my my mic level is high enough over the audio, so no matter how loud my music really sounds like it's coming through, my mic is still, when I talk into it normally, it's still loud enough that it doesn't that the music doesn't overpower my voice when I'm talking. So now I don't even have the ducking turned on anymore.
All right, I think I'm gonna go and play with that next. I just see a word that is calling me.
It's a cool
I
option.
know
It's a
somebody
cool option.
posted, huh?
It's a really cool option to use, especially if you're not worried about like what I ran into with the separate audio tracks. It's definitely a really good option to have, especially if you're gonna talk on the mic a lot, or at all for that matter. And you're gonna run it unless you really sit there like I did and meticulously try to get the level set. You're going to run into situations where the music is going to be really loud and you think that you're talking loud enough. The people in the chat might hear you enough to respond to you, but if you went back and listen to the recording, you weren't that loud. You were really being overpowered. And I wasn't happy with how I was sounding, so that's why I ended up. I was like, "There's got to be a way," because I started looking to see if my mixer. I was actually going to reroute it. I was going to have my mic going through my mixer because I was like, "Is there talkback? Is that built into this thing?" But it didn't have it because not all mixers have it. So I started getting frustrated, and I was like, "There's got to be another way." And I don't remember what I looked up, but I ended up finding out that I could use that in OBS and just do it from in there. And just use the filters. There's so many filters that are in there that I think a lot of people don't realize. Like when you're looking at the video of my stream, you saw how my camera looked, like how it had the little jagged edges on the end. That's the image mask filter I put on the camera. And so that's just the regular camera feed, but it's using this mask and it's masking off the edges of the camera and making this shape that's on there. I got another setup where the whole camera looks like I'm in a cloud. So I mean, the image mask, you could do some really cool stuff with your camera or just with any of your visuals. It's the sky's the limit. The limit is your imagination when it comes to setting up your visuals when you got OBS. I mean, yeah, there's some skill level with graphic design and stuff like that, but there's ways around that. But and it just really comes down to your imagination. Some of my guys have done some stuff. I had this one guy this past Sunday. He normally, when he does like these real chilled down tempo sets on Sunday mornings. And one day he came on and did his stream. He never has a camera on. And he came on and he had this video of like it was underwater, but it was close enough to the surface that you could see the sun coming down, and it had like the sun rays going in the water, but the water, you could see the water moving. And then he had the logo that he had made for the show was like right up somewhere in the sun rays. It was amazing. And then he had his Serato capture where you could see what he was playing down at the bottom, and he ran that for a few weeks, and then he changed it up to something a little bit different. But this past Sunday, he took it to a whole nother level and had if you go back to the page and scroll over a little bit further from me,
I was just about to do that. I'm like, that sounds.
It looks what he had this time was like the cockpit of a spaceship, and down at the bottom he put his click view all. That'll probably make it easier to actually right there. And then go down. His should be just before mine, because he played right before me. Yeah, it should be the next one. Yeah, there it is, right at the bottom on the left. That one. Looks like the inside of the cockpit of a spaceship, and then he's got his Serato window down at the bottom, and it looks like it's a part of the controls. Man, he went live, and I saw that. I said, "Dude,"
but he didn't do any video. He didn't have a webcam on. He just did.
And that's two different things if you really look at it. The cockpit That's just a picture.
Mm-hmm.
And then the space, all that around there, all of that is masked out. All that's transparent on the cockpit part. So that's a video playing behind the picture of the cockpit, and then he's got his Serato right there at the bottom, sitting on top of that, and makes it. But the way he's got it positioned looks like it's a part of the controls in the cockpit.
It looks
I
like he
saw that. I was
made
like, that's
it too, by
amazing.
the way it looks right here. Like he made
Yeah,
the pieces, like he just
yeah,
made the frame of it.
yeah. He just cut all of that out so that it was just transparent and just sat it on top, and then the video feeds through that. Really, it's really simple what he did, but the
Mm-hmm.
end result is fantastic. Like it's that, and the fact that he got a Serato screen in there as a part of that. That's the thing I think really got me. Like all of that looks cool, but he put his Serato controls in there and made that a part of the graphics that were there already. And yeah, I was impressed. I was impressed. So I mean but like I said, that's literally like that's 4 layers if you count his logo.
I want to check out the other one. You say he did one with okay, no.
I don't know if any of the old ones are still on there because they they only stay up for 15 days before
Okay.
Twitch will kick them off. But the one he did the week before may still be on there. That guy right there where it's got the lava lamps, his whole back. Oh, there's one. That's another one. That's him also where it says quick temper.
Mm-hmm.
That's him too. That's a different set of visuals he does. He has one style he uses his real name, and the other one he has a DJ name for.
So he do a lot where he's not doing video of himself. He just have graphics that
He never has a camera on. Never has a camera on, but his visuals are always on point.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, that's why mine looks like that now. They made me step my game up. Mine didn't look nearly nothing like that. I was like, okay, I got to do something about this. Y'all are just going way out with it. So I mean, yeah, some of them do simple stuff like they outside. Okay, so see that one right there.
What happened?
This guy, there's this one guy we know. He does the visuals for. Well, he does the lighting and the sound for District. I think is the club. I think it's District. And when they closed up, he took a lot of his stuff home with him,
Mm-hmm.
and he set it up in his house. So he's got the giant screens that they would have with the visuals and everybody's logo, whoever playing's logo on it. He has that set up in his house. And so he's got his camera set up and he does a live stream, and that's what he's essentially got a whole club in his house when he goes live. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, we encourage them to get creative with their graphics. Because the better their graphics look, the more intriguing the stream looks, and the more people are likely to want to actually click in and watch. Yeah, I forgot why he did the NASCAR thing. I think this was this was right after the they said that they were going to take the rebel flag out of NASCAR, and then all the drivers were upset about it. So just out of spite, he put NASCAR footage for his green screen video.
He did the whole. Look like he did a whole race.
The whole thing. Yeah, the whole stream was 2 hours, and it was just a NASCAR race playing in the background the whole time. And then the last one he did, he's actually at like.
Does it take a lot of toll on your graphics card to play that back?
For mine, no. But as long as I stay 1080p, I got a 4K video I really want to use, but it makes OBS choke up whenever that video plays, and then when it switches over to another video on another scene, that video stutters as it starts to play because it's still stopping the previous one. But some of the guys, there's one guy, the one that had the lava lamps in the background on he's got 3 computers running when he's streaming. He's got one he's DJing off of, he's got one that's streaming, and another one that's actually playing the visuals that show where his green screen is, streaming to the computer, feeding over to the computer he's streaming from. So they're all connected because the software that he's running on that computer is super intense, and so it overpowers it basically takes up all the resources. So there's not enough resources left over for him to actually stream on that same computer. So he's got a third computer just for the visuals.
So now, does everybody create their own starting soon, or do y'all have a collection of clips that y'all create, and everybody can use different ones or use certain ones that y'all have set or created?
Everybody creates their own, but I've actually created a bunch of them for people. Using that site I had told you about before, I made a bunch of them for people there. I've recreated people's logos. Some of them had logos already, but they just had like a small copy of it. Didn't even have one with transparent background or anything like that.
So
is this
what you're talking about when people flood up your screen with icons?
Yeah, so somebody just followed when that happened. So that's why that little box was there at the top, and it said so and so is following, and then those icons will come across the screen at the same time.
It only comes across when you have a new follower.
Well, the way that was because of a follow, and subscribers will do that as well. But there's other ways that they can just type stuff in the chat with emojis, and it'll make stuff pop up on the screen too. So that one that you saw in my video was from somebody typing something in the chat. But yeah, so I thought this was interesting. So the music actually affects the visuals that are playing from that other computer. So at that point, there was a breakdown. So you notice how the video just paused. I thought it was something wrong, that it had crashed. See, this somebody typed something in the chat, and that's why those are coming up now. The music, there was a breakdown in the music, and the background paused. And then now it started back up. Once it kicked in again. Yep. Yeah, I thought that was really cool. I noticed that sometimes the visuals really link up with the music, and he told me that, yeah, it actually, the first time he did it, he didn't have it set up. It was just playing random videos, but he figured out a way to get it to hear the music and adjust the visuals based on that. But yeah, that time, that was one of the ones where it was really apparent that that's what it was doing. I thought, like I said, I thought it had froze up on him. I was like, oh, that computer choked up from all the resource it was using. But no, then it started right back up as soon as the beat dropped back in. Yeah, this guy apparently has like what did they tell me? He had like he went to some like Ivy League school or something. Like he's like really like, this dude is I just found out a lot about him recently that I didn't know. And I was really impressed with what I found. Let's put it that way. Trying to set up my wife's computer at the same time.
A lot of different graphics. He didn't use nothing the same.
And it constantly, I forget the name of the program. Sometimes the name of the program will show up on the screen, but it does it on its own. So he hits start, and then he just mixes. He doesn't touch anything. Mine, if you notice, my visuals were changing and the cameras were changing. I'm using the advanced scene switcher you mentioned earlier. And I got it set on random, and I got it set to change every minute. But yeah, the other guy that had the NASCAR thing, he usually runs something like that too. I don't know if his is the same program, but he has visuals in the background usually like that too. But yeah, some pretty cool stuff that they have on there. They're the only two I think that have full on green screen though.
And this is a big area, or does he have it? Does he have it cropped off to where? Because it looked like I
That's,
could see the edges. So right
yeah,
here,
you can. Yeah, you
right here,
can.
that's where it
I
stopped.
think it's a
Okay, yeah, I
small
see it right
area, and
here.
he just shrunk himself down. Yeah.
Because it looks like he has this, like his camera is way back, or probably at least 10 feet away, and is capturing everything. But now you can kind of see where it's
Yeah.
squared off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yep, I see it right there
Yeah,
where his
his
hand.
arm went off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I thought about that too. I think he just took the video and shrunk it down so that the visuals would be the majority of the screen. But since the
Yeah, there
background is green screened out, that there's enough of him that you can still see him.
Now, did you see the one with the DJ in the zone that had the club set up with the video? I'm trying to remember who it was now. Somebody said something. I'm not gonna get into it.
Well,
Somebody
like
said
his
something bad
background,
about it.
like his background was like it was a
Yeah, his
club.
background, and then he imposed himself to the side where the DJ booth was, and there was a
That's
bar
cool.
on the other side, and along the lower part of the bar, he had his Cash App scrolling, and I didn't know that it was scrolling until I made the image
Okay.
larger, and I saw that it just creeped
moved
across
slowly.
real slowly, but it
Yeah.
moved backwards, and I'm like, dude, just get it to go the other way. As the text
Yeah,
is
I've noticed
in the
that.
wrong direction. And I said,
Yeah,
well, to
I
make it be
noticed one of my
better,
guys was doing that too.
if you put you in your DJ gear to where the bar is, because if you put it on top of the bar, it'll look more, and then you'll be out there, because the way he had it set, it was just like he was over here in the corner, like over here in the side. You can see him over
But I
here.
mean, but at the same time, that's creative, and that's the
Yeah,
thing that
yeah, and that's
I'm
the
always
thing. I'm
encouraging
like,
people
oh,
to
ain't
do.
seen
Is
it like
something
that.
different. Yeah, yeah, something different, because you got people that are just they set up the phone, turn the camera on, and they go. And like you were talking about before about the camera angles, you know, yeah, you can get a decent angle with that, but a lot of times they're not even thinking about that. Like that one guy I was talking about earlier, one of the new ones, I need to actually talk to him about his angle, because you pretty much just see him. And I've had a couple of the guys that, they're not thinking about, how their camera is positioned. We need to see a little bit more of your equipment or how you have things positioned, because, he's in there, he's working, and you can see he's working, but you can't see what he's touching. You just know he's
Like,
touching something.
which one you talking about?
The one with the hawk shirt on.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
Okay.
can't see. Yeah, you can't see nothing. His controls, but he's going in. He's doing a good job. I think actually this one you can see a little bit of it now, but you can't, for the most part. You can't really see. You can't see the mixer area of it or anything.
Yeah. He had the camera. You should have it.
Yeah. He's probably got it a little too
over
close
to his right and then down.
Yeah.
So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So and then that's all it is. It's just a matter of repositioning.
And you said this was his first time? This is his
No,
first video?
he's been with us for a couple of weeks. I just haven't had a chance to sit down and have a conversation with him about that. But he's still one of the new ones though. It's just been a few weeks. But he's a great DJ. He knocks it out every time. He built the audience today really quick. And he was the first one to go on.
Let's see. Got followers and tips.
Yeah, so I got different overlays that they can use. So it'll show down at the bottom recent tips and things like that. The cheers are what you get from the bits. But there's different ones. There's that one that have at the bottom. I got another little smaller gray one that sits up in the top corner. So just sometimes it depends on how their visuals are set up. I gave them some options, and then also sometimes we do on the weekends we do special events. So sometimes we'll make custom graphics just for that event, and then everybody uses that same set of graphics and then just puts their logo somewhere around that. Like we'll usually leave a space for their logo to go on there.
Now with these overlays, adding in like the tips and subscribers, followers, and the cheers at the bottom, that can only be done in slobs and not in original OBS, or you have to do a lot more in order to get that there.
No, so what you do is you use Streamlabs or Stream Elements. There's some others. Those are the two most popular ones. And you set all of that up on those sites, and then they give you a URL, and then you put that into OBS as a browser source, and then
okay,
it just appears. Yeah.
Then you just create text and whatever other images.
Yeah, you do all of that on the site. All of that on the site. So like the way ours is set up through Stream Elements. So on there, when you go to create an overlay, it basically gives you a whole canvas, 1080p shaped canvas for you to work with, and then you can import different things onto it. You can do a whole complete overlay just from that site, so you can have your graphics in there, logos. You can have the tips and all of that stuff listed on there. You can have the chat listed in there. You can have all the emojis showing up, your follower notifications. All of that can be on that, and then you just add that one URL and everything appears in OBS. You don't have to have multiple layers of everything because you did all the multiple layers on the Stream Element site. So really, it's same thing, but less work on OBS, because all it's got to do is pull the one source in instead of having to have multiple visuals layered in there at one time. So if your computer is not the strongest computer, you can have crazy visuals without overpowering the computer by doing it that way. All it's basically got to do is display a web page.
Cool. We'll check this out later. I hear banana pudding calling me right now.
Yeah, I probably should have
somebody mentioned it earlier, and I scrolled
hours ago.
I'm like, oh, I did mention something about banana pudding.
Yeah, I need to actually. I got to work in the morning. I probably should have went to bed like 2 hours ago, but it is what it is.
Well, I'm gonna stop this and let you do your shout outs, and then we're gonna close up. All right, here you go. Wait, wrong.
Nope, that's you.
There we go.
I want to shout out the Zone. I never actually do that. Shout out to everybody in the Zone. I know sometimes I yell at y'all about stuff, but it's all in love, because I want everybody to do better and to win. So shout out to y'all. Shout out to Atlanta DJ Collective. As always, I invite anybody that wants to give it a try to hit us up. We are more than happy to have you guys over and stream with us. Atlanta DJ Collective, twitch.tv/Atlanta DJ Collective. That's the channel. Atlanta DJ Collective on all social media. Just hit us up, and you see me in the Zone. You can inbox me if you got questions or you want to come stream with us. Let me know.
All right. Once again, thank you for participating and answering questions, because I didn't know a whole lot about the mixer. And you said you just started. When did you start with the virtual DJ? Playing with virtual DJ?
I just started. Literally, I just installed it earlier today.
Played with it
earlier this morning just to mess with it. I had maybe about 15 minutes to play with it, and I was gonna hook it up to my mixer, but just didn't get around to it. So I'll probably try to do that in the next couple of days. and see, how that really integrates, because I really need to see if it like they talk about it, they love it, but they're used to the interface. I'm used to Serato, so I gotta really play with it and see if I feel like I need to spend time with it and want to drop that money. That's the catch for me.
That's a big factor.
Yeah, right, exactly. But the cool thing is it's only like I think $20 a month, something like that. So, which is not bad. I don't really want to pay a monthly fee, but that's especially something that I don't know if I'm really yeah, that's what I kept looking for, was a trial period, and I couldn't really find that until earlier today. I noticed that. I'm like, okay, that's what I'm looking for, a trial period that I could really spend some time with it and maybe do a couple of sets and see how I feel with it. But I don't know. It's gonna be, that stem feature is great, but the interface, I don't know how much I like it. So even with the different skins, it still looks a little primitive to me.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I really want to make the switch, but that one feature is so sweet.
And the
So
Ask
sweet.
the
And they got a
DJ
lot
and
of
the other stuff.
Yeah, they got a lot of other stuff on there that really is really beneficial, and that's actually something Serato definitely could do. The
thing
Ask
is,
a DJ.
do they want to do it? Would it benefit them to do it? Or would they think it, they like, well, it's kind of gimmicky. We don't want to be I think they don't want to be the company that follows suit after another company. They want to be a company to lead on their own.
They were leading.
They're going to have to take some steps and say, hey, we need to get that feature too.
Yeah, they were leading, and then they rested on their laurels, and now they're behind. Now you got to play catch up.
Yep. And that's what I'm gonna work on
Apple to Google
next week.
And I say that working for them, it's Apple to Google. Apple is always playing catch up, even if people don't acknowledge it, because Google is always ahead, because Apple rested on their laurels and didn't innovate, and Google did. And now Apple is constantly playing catch up with features that they add. So, it's the same thing as what Serato's doing now. And hopefully they at least add enough in the next version that, make us feel like, okay, well, you're trying. Because they're not going to add everything. That's not even logical to think that. But they're going to add, they got to add something, and it's got to be major. And I don't know if it's going to be this or not, but it needs to be close. So it needs to be another game changer. There's too many game changing things that keep popping up, and none of it had to do with them.
Mm-hmm.
So they got to do something. So we'll see.
All right. Well, thank you again for checking out the show. As always,
Thanks for having me.
I can always count on you being here, and especially with something I don't know. I'm sure you probably already know about it. So
I try to help. It's in my nature.
Well, of course, as always, I'm sure somebody will mention something tomorrow. Hey,
it's too long.
What about this virtual DJ? What is Serato going to do? Dude, we just talked about that last night, and then I have to send them over to the link. So, well, it's time for me to go. Banana Pudding is calling. I'm gonna come back and probably do some editing to this video and the one from last week. And I don't know. I'm thinking about now with that 30-day trial, I'm gonna MIDI map this mixer and show that it can be used.
Yeah.
Where I can do everything live from this mixer, because I see it now. I've been looking at it, and I can do all the buttons, I can do all the knobs, and then still keep it a regular 2-channel mixer. So
yeah, I mean, that thing's got so many controls on it, and all the stuff that's on the virtual DJ screen. You probably can map just about everything on the screen.
Yeah, I think I can.
Yeah, just about, if not all of it. That thing is huge. That thing is huge.
I'm about to sign out. because we're close to the
Alright.
5 hour mark, and
Yeah,
most of them know when I get to a 5 hour mark, they start to get irritated. I'm not going to watch for no 5 hours.
they're not
Guess
gonna watch
what,
the whole thing.
guys? I'm going to chop it up. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to paste it to where the 3 main topics that we talked about tonight is going to be the 3 that you can jump to individually. So be cool.
Yeah.
We getting there. It'll be there.
Do some individual highlight clips.
Yep. Yep, I found out how to put markers into it now.
No, I meant
just
like
a matter of
separate
added-
individual shorter videos.
No, I could
cut
do
those up too.
in
No.
this, just on this, to where
No, I know. Yeah, you can make like the little time points where they could just click that and they jump straight to it. I'm saying actually like edit out different sections and upload those to YouTube as separate videos.
I thought about that.
Different pieces of content.
I would have to download the whole video and then cut out the section that I don't want, and then upload it again, and then make a copy of it, or go back to it, and then cut everything else out and make the second part separate, upload it, then copy 1 and 2, and then upload 3. So
see, here's what you just said. You just said that that's a lot of work. What I just said is that's more content for your channel. That's the difference. We just said the same thing.
But here's the thing. You got 4 different videos where the 2 of the same contents are going to be shown. You're going to have one that's going to have everything. Then you're going to have individuals that's going to be a smaller copy of it.
YouTube is all about the amount of content that you actually put up.
But is it more about how many that you build as a total, or how many you can get on one link?
How many you build as a total, and both really. But you tend to get more views on shorter content than you do on longer content, because people have short attention spans.
But what if the longer content is broken up to where you can jump to you can jump to the same stuff, but also be able to find more, be like, oh, he mentioned something about video. Let me check out this.
Well, I'd say have both, because I think that like the entirety of the context of the conversation that we had tonight all kind of works together, because it's all in line with each other. But at the same time, there are parts of it that, like when I was talking about monetizing, that could be its own separate video by itself, that if you posted that video on the zone, they watch that video and take that piece of information, versus going to a 5-hour video and clicking on that part of it to jump to that. They'd be faster to do that, because when you post it on the zone, they're seeing that whole video. They're not seeing the time slots. And then when they click on it and see it's 5 hours long, they be like, I'm not watching, that's too long, and they click off of it. But if you posted the clip of just that, like 5 to 10 minutes that we were talking about that, then they see a shorter video and they're like, oh, okay, well, I'll watch and see where this goes, and then maybe get engaged in it because they absorbing the information.
All right, now I'm going to show you.
But you can have both, because somebody might want to go back and jump around, like you were saying, and get more of the information, and then somebody else might just want to go straight to that because they see the title of it and be like, oh, okay, that's what this topic is, I want to hear about that, and go to that video. These are
the 3. This is, if it was sectioned out into, well, this one is going to be cut probably down to these 3 topics, which if I do it separate, like what you said, it'll be like this. This is the first one. Then the second one was this one. And I added the banners when we got to that point, so it'll be easier to locate and separate it. Then the third one was what we talked about.
Right. Yeah. So like cut the archive down to those 3 parts with the time stamps, but then take all the rest of it after that and chop those up into different videos.
Okay, I'm gonna try it. I mean, it doesn't hurt. It just, like you
No,
said, it
it's
adds
more
more
content.
content.
Yeah, it's more content, and then the more content that, because like I was saying before, there's not a lot of there's starting to be more of these videos on YouTube talking about streaming, but a lot of them still, like, nothing against Cleveland Terry, but outside of personal experience stuff, I've commented on some of his videos saying that's not actually how that works. So there's a lot of the DJs, that a lot of the people that are making videos are DJs that never streamed before, and they're learning it as they go, and they're making videos off of it. And but there's that, but then there's a lot of, as they're learning, they're not knowing the full spectrum before they make that video. So there's still plenty of space to put more of those videos out there that break stuff down. And like we talked about before, there's none of them that are breaking down monetizing. So that, like I said, that part could be its own video, and you would probably put the right title on that. That would probably get quite a lot of views.
So change that one. So make this one, add a little bit more to this one, live streaming with monetizing.
Well,
like
or have, like, because that part of it, when we got to the part about monetizing, that was after we were talking about Mixer.
Or just add in
and the Facebook gaming part. Yeah.
Mixer, and then just add in parentheses certain topics that we jumped into with
Could
monetizing.
be. Yeah, if you have it's part of the full thing if you want to do that. But I'm saying still that one part about monetizing, that can be its own one little video that would be a shorter video, but has a lot of what we were talking about all in one place, that they can look at that separate from the longer video. It could be part of the longer one.
At what point I would need to break that up.
Yeah, it's a matter of kind of going back at it and looking at it and see how that will work in its own separate space. But yeah, one of the channels that I watch, they do that. He started to do that actually more now. He'll do like a live stream, and he'll be like we're doing, talking with somebody else, and then he's taking pieces of that, and sometimes it almost seems out of context, but at the same time, he starts it off like with the topic like you did, and then they talk about whatever that topic is, and then they talk for maybe like 10, 15 minutes, and then that's the end of the video. But that was a part of a longer stream.
I'm thinking about if I do that, I come in with another intro saying this is a clip from a video that Live Video did on June 23rd on monetizing, and then just stop at that point and then just break to the video, basically to give a introduction instead of just jumping to that point of live. Be like, okay, this didn't come in right. It just sounded like they came in the middle of a conversation or the beginning of this part of a conversation without even giving an intro of how it or where it came from or whatever. I might do that.
I'll send you the videos I was talking about, so you kind of get a more of a visual of what I'm saying, because it I didn't think about that until I started watching these videos recently, and I was like, hey, this is part of a longer stream, but we're only getting pieces of it. But him chopping out these pieces, which are probably the more interesting part of the whole stream that he's taking out, and then making those separate videos, and then on top of the other videos that he's making, it's just adding additional content for him to be able to have on his channel without having to go and make more videos, like actually sit down and script out or come up with topics for more videos. He's already got these other topics that he's already talked about in the stream. Just chop them out, put those up separate, and kind of fill in some gaps. So you could put like a video out every day and maybe only actually made like 1 or 2 new videos for that week. But he might have did like a 3-4 hour live stream, and he just chops pieces out of that.
All right, cool. I'll look into that.
But yeah, YouTube is weird about how that whole thing works too. That starts to get more views, and how you can get to a point where that you can actually start monetizing with them and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm gonna let you go ahead and cut it. Get your pudding. I'm gonna go get some sleep.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm gonna be a zombie in the morning. I already know it.
All right.
Already
I'll talk to you
cranky
later,
like
man.
these people. All right, man. Later.
All right. All right. Once again, everybody, thank you for tuning in. Atlanta DJ Zone Tech Tuesday Live. You're here with the kid. We'll catch y'all next week. Make sure you like, subscribe, and ring that bell so you can get the notifications as for the next week when the next podcast is going down. I'm about to get ready to sign out. Banana Pudding's calling. Check out any other videos. I will be posting other videos this week, whether it's a section of this video or whether it's a new video. So make sure y'all tune in. I'll catch y'all later. We out. Peace.